Let's get right into it. Hello, Kicking YouTube. Welcome to our little game. We are episode
Just a little game.
57. And what do you guys remember from last time? I know it's been a few weeks, but what do you guys remember from last time?
It was more fighting of the rocks and the soap monster. I think what was it? Protec had like a one-on-one with it, and then they'll put a thorn barrier around them all, basically cage fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Protec beat the Rock in the ultimate showdown.
Mm-hmm.
No, but then the soap monster, they had a cage fight.
Yeah, the cage fight.
And then and then when the thorn barrier was lifted, Protec wasn't there. All you see is just a hand. It's like him holding himself up.
Because the soap monster dealt acid damage, and when he went kaboom, after it died, it created a hole in the bridge that Protec started to fall through. So when the barrier got dropped, yeah, they just see just big old hand on the side just as he's hanging there, like, oh shit. But you guys get him back up.
And I think we leveled up as well, didn't we?
Yes, we leveled up, and I believe Crossus got himself a shiny new egg.
Do.
Nice.
Ah, eggies.
You repeat that?
Wasn't it a dragon egg?
No. Fire Rock.
It was the Fire Rock. Or Ember Rock is what they call it, but yeah. A giant bird.
A giant duck, you mean?
A giant fire duck.
It's a giant phoenix duck, maybe.
I was gonna say, I know rocks, and that's not a rock. That's a duck.
Yeah.
I mean, when it was on the ground, it was a rock.
This is why I chose those enemies for this little bit, because just the name, I'm like, everyone's gonna go, no, that's not a rock, that's a duck. Then why do they call it a rock? Anywho.
If it was in the air, it was a duck.
Because it flies like a boulder.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
well, obviously the person who named it wasn't very intelligent.
Jax used his
Just imagining us sitting around talking about this, but yeah.
Liam's tiny hut for everybody to kind of rest up, sleep, because a few of you guys got pretty banged up during the bridge fight. Throughout the entire 8+ hours, however long you guys feel you need to take, the atmosphere does not change. You do not know if it's nighttime, daytime, middle of the afternoon, what. Because this particular space always looks like you're looking into the edge of the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, quick question though. What about Thorny?
What about Thorny?
Well, dwarves' internal clocks work differently than other species that live above ground and base their stuff off the sun.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, but dwarves also don't really run on a 24-hour clock.
No. They build themselves routines and, and go off of that. So yeah, even Thorny wouldn't be able to figure out in here if it's what time of day it is. You guys just all slept well, rested, ate, drank, leveled, and then here you are. So after the 8 hours, the tiny hut drops. You guys only have one path. Well, two if you want to throw yourself off the edge of the cliff. But otherwise, you got the big old steel doors at the top of the stairs.
We just got one off to the side.
I was gonna say, what about the little one off to the left?
Okay, little one doesn't exist. It's just
Yeah.
part of the picture.
So someone Wile E. Coyote us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You open up the door and it's
That
just another
tracks.
brick wall. The door that leads to a door that leads to a door that leads to it's a never-ending doors.
I open the wall.
Net continue get smaller.
I mean, if there's anybody of us who can open a wall, it's Protect.
I've done it before.
So what do you guys do?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Also keep in mind, this one bit of drawn line is a
the ballista bolt,
the
right?
ballista bolt that missed its target and embedded into the wall.
Oh,
Gotcha. How high up is it?
About 20 or 30 feet. This door is pretty tall.
Okay, we don't have a lot of those, so I'm gonna mage hand and give it back to Protec.
For Protec, it's a giant ballista bolt. For most everybody else, it could be used as a makeshift spear or javelin.
But yeah, Kathos just like points, like waves hand, and then points at the bolt. Just like one of these. It's the mage hand. And then
Breaks
brings
from the
it
wall.
to Protec. I mean, I wiggle it out nicely. I don't want the tip
Yeah.
to get all borked up.
No, but you managed to.
That
It's
means
like,
good
you know,
things.
Protec is watching this ballista bolt just will itself to his hands. Kind of.
That's right, it's true, sir. So to him, Kaithos just points at the bolt that comes out of the wall and floats over to Protec.
Yeah.
Again, the only actual wizard.
Fair.
So at this point, for Protec, it's not nearly as surprising. If it came from anybody else, maybe a little bit surprising, but
Right.
Protec has iconized that the Leonin is the only true wizard.
I made ducks appear out of nowhere.
But with that now being removed from the wall, and the Leo
Let's rather
tiny
go back
huts.
across the bridge or through the gate.
Yep, it's basically go back the way you came, or go through the door.
I mean, there are the stairs over here to
The voice chat? I
Right.
think I have.
The stairs here that leads off the cliff and into the abyss.
Okay.
The
Then-
particular landmass looks like
Yeah.
it should have belonged somewhere like on physical ground, but like got plucked and pulled into whatever place that it's in. But anything that's not the stone beneath your feet is just a never-ending abyss.
A never-ending cavern.
This isn't Minecraft.
Can I see anything through the gate?
A staircase leading down. Otherwise, it's just very, very dark.
We're still doing. We're doing the casting out of combat is free, right?
Yep.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and activate
But it would be cool.
Rary's telepathic bond
Okay.
just now, since I can just do that just
Mhm.
in case coming up here, just to make communication better. Because don't know if it gets dark.
Is it just a
know
one-on-one
if we'll be
link
able to
or
see.
group link?
Oh, group link.
Group link.
Nice.
Everyone now becomes telepathically aware of each other's minds.
You all get the usual what you're accustomed to from Pythos, which is just like a little like echoey knock in your head. Of like, hey, I think this will be good for coming up.
Mm. So,
So yeah, lasts an hour. So the spell ends. Targets can communicate telepathically through the bond, whether or not they have a common language. Communication is possible over any distance, but it can't go cross planes. So technically, it's better than my little link thing,
oh.
but my little link thing doesn't use spells, so.
Check it. Are we gonna have problems? And so, yeah. So you guys decide to go in?
Secret tunnel. I mean, okay, go.
Secret
So,
tunnel.
we
Slowly
got
up to it.
options, so YOLO.
Yeah.
All right. What is y'all's march order?
Maybe somebody less squishy than me goes first.
Like I say,
Just
go
Protect
first.
first, Thorny second.
Does most of the party have whatchamadiggit? Dark vision or some variation? Or no?
I
Do
think
we have
all of
anybody
us
that's blind?
do.
I don't have dark vision.
Do we have
Oh,
anyone
that's true. You don't have dark vision, but you got true sight.
Let me check if I got dark vision.
True sight just allows him to see through magic.
No, it allows you to see. Well, maybe.
I
I'll let you
got
see through
60 feet
magic,
of dark
but-
vision and blind sight.
I was gonna say most all of us have at least 60 foot.
All right, true sight.
Yeah, but our
Dwayne.
tank doesn't.
That's bad.
Goliath
It's like have
has
someone stand like right
dark
behind him
vision?
or something. It's like directing him.
Did you say you wanted to go towards the front, Thorny, or no?
Yeah, I usually go second, but if I can go first, I don't care.
Okay, yeah, true sight
yeah.
can to a specific range see in normal and magical darkness. So yeah.
Oh, I
Well,
was
magical
muted, sorry.
darkness. If it's a natural
Normal and
darkness,
magical.
that's
A
different.
monster with
was-
true sight
Um,
can, out to a specific range, see in normal
Normal.
and magical darkness.
Yep. So basically, true
I
sight
know
gives
It
him a
functions
very
as dark sight.
low range dark vision.
60
I
foot.
go-
Or 30 foot.
Yeah.
It depends on what he gave him for his true sight.
You have 60-foot true
Yeah.
sight or 30-foot true sight?
60 foot is what it's listed as.
Oh shit. Then yeah, you can see just fine.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
What?
No, hey, crap. I opened-
So you push the door open.
Yes.
All right. The gates swing inward relatively easily for being such a solid gate. And at
Put
the
you up
very
next to Andreas, Johnny.
Thank you.
you find yourself looking into an extremely dark room. Very little light seems to be present in here. If any at all.
Okay.
So even for the people who can see in darkness, it's still really fucking dark.
What about the folks with blind sight?
With blind sight, you notice that there is about 10 feet in front of the door, a staircase that descends downward. And it looks like it drops inward about 100 feet or so before it reaches the bottom.
Okay.
I mean, I'll point that out. Because I think
Same.
what me and Thorny have blind sight?
And
think?
I do as well.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I'll point out to Andreas and Protec, just like stairs that go down like 100 feet. I'm just confused because we're supposed to be going up this tower, right? So why are the
Right.
stairs going down?
It's okay to go down to go up.
Makes it easier to just keep holding on.
And we're clearly in a very magical tower. Who knows down is actually down?
Yeah. Would be the least shocking thing.
That's fair.
It was built by the late architect MC Escher.
I go downstairs.
Isn't he a wizard? Oh no,
Maybe.
he's an architect. Oh no, I was asking Protec that and then realized who Protec is. He was like, no. Right. He's an architect, not a wizard.
Hey, question. Perma doesn't have Andreas doesn't have blind sight, does he?
No, but I have dark vision.
I wanna fuck. Wait, so he can see fine. He can see fine with blind sight, or sorry, with dark vision. Words.
Mm-hmm.
60
Oh,
feet.
okay. I was gonna say I thought blind sight. I thought like you could see better with blind sight. Never mind. I misheard.
People with dark vision in this area are seeing kind of black and white, but it's still not like it's grays. It's not really detailed.
It's more
You
like
Ah.
know, I think Thorny with the blind sight, we can see much better.
Ah, okay.
I think.
Actually, you know what? I maybe still be able to fuck with him. I want to just yell out to Andreas, like almost like a panic stop. There's a ledge.
No, 18 max.
Do you descend the stairs?
Yes, I descend the stairs.
Sure.
All right. So as the group slowly descends this staircase that seemingly has no railings of any kind, as soon as all of you guys are inside, the doors slowly close behind
Hey,
you.
bet.
And as you get about halfway down the stairs, you start hearing somewhere in the darkness large mechanical clicking, like things are adjusting or opening or unlocking. Just large,
That's
sounds like large
disconcerting.
echoes of bolts.
Coming from a specific direction or all around us?
Kind of echoing, given how that feels like this entire place is made out of stone. As you get to the very bottom of the staircase, as the first foot hits the bottom landing, there is this sudden abrupt light in front of you. Kind of just erupt out of nowhere. It looks like it should be some sort of fire, but it's more of a white-green glow that just kind of erupts as if it was being turned on from a giant furnace.
Ooh.
Right? Is it ouchy? Is it? Does it hurt, or is it like not passing through us? It's just ahead of us.
It's ahead of you.
Mm.
You
That
can
sounds
see,
like slaps a hand over his eyes. It's just like fucking
Right.
for those
Shit.
that attempt to try to look through it, you see about 20 or 30 feet ahead of you, there is a narrow bridge. There seems to be small pillars sticking out of the ground with chains connected between them on either side of you. That kind of almost forms a pathway. Somewhere
narrow?
between
How narrow is the bridge?
10 or about 10 feet. It's a little bit narrower than the staircase you're on. You do see, like I said, these pillars on either side of you that seem to come up about 10 feet or so. They're all interconnected on either side of you through chains. And in this abrupt light that kind of flames up out of either side of the bridge, you can faintly make out something on the far side of the bridge, what looks to be sitting on some sort of a chair or a throne or some kind of precipice.
So we have a bridge to a throne?
But the bright light is so intense, it's hard to kind of make it out at the moment. But yeah, you guys
Could
are
I
still
maybe try
coming down
rolling
the stairs.
perception to get a clearer view?
You can try.
Oh, that didn't go great. Actually, I guess could be worse. Bad worse rolls.
True. You're trying to like look through the shadows of the flames and try to make out something on the other side. The most detail that you get is that whatever is sitting over there kind of opens its eyes, and you just get this like flash of yellow hues
Interesting.
as the light seems to reflect off of it.
I'm just gonna kind of really like it's definitely a person thing. It lives.
That might be the most Alamos sentence.
Yeah, just it
Person.
lives. Actually,
But
no,
this-
I'm gonna go with that. Just it lives.
But this all happened the second, either between Andreas or Protex, as soon as they stepped off of the staircase. You guys are still on the staircase, so what do you guys want to do?
Are they touching the fire yet or no?
No. You guys, basically, you get to the bottom of the staircase onto that landing, that first step off, and still about 20 feet of you is where the bridge starts, and then the flames on either side of that.
Oh, so the flames aren't blocking us from the bridge.
No, you essentially...
Okay. I thought the flames were keeping us from crossing the bridge.
Mm-mm.
No one had yet even. Sorry, had to hit the restroom, so no one had tried to walk through them. Gotcha.
Oh, you guys are still coming down the stairs.
I guess we get off the stairs at least before we. I vote we hold off on touching the bridge yet.
So yeah, I'll move forward enough to make room for people to get off the stairs.
How high is the ceiling?
About 150 feet. This is a very, very large room.
Cool. Crosses is going to fly 30 feet up for his movement,
Cool.
floating just above the stairs. And we will make sure he follows along with.
I'm trying to decide if Kaitha's gonna do the same and just burn the sorcery point to start playing.
No. Just hold off.
Mhm.
Burn a sorcery point.
As you guys continue to reach the bottom of the staircase and kind of start splitting up a little bit, the flames, this light seems to play with the shadows a lot more than normal light does. But across this bridge, you just hear this raspy but older booming voice. Why have you come here?
I heard they have bagel bites.
We wanted to the dark side for the cookies.
We came to chew butt and
Do you still
kick
have your
gum
2 for 1?
later.
Do you still
I'm
have your 2
sorry.
for 1 Big Mac?
I'm sorry. Perma, what did you say?
I meant the other way around. We meant
No.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
need to say
yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what you said. How you said it. I missed that because that was probably
said-
the most Andreas thing that was perfect.
we're here to chew butt and kick gum later.
What?
I meant to say we're here to kick butt and chew gum later.
Oh, I know what you meant. We all know what you meant. But that
I'm
was
so
just great.
sorry.
And
that
Andreas
just came
mumbles
out of
up.
The
Andreas.
way it
We're
came out
here
was
We're
beautiful.
retconning
chew
that. That
butt
comes out of Andreas'
and
butt
beat
mouth.
gum. Wait, what? No, I said that wrong.
Can we put that in quotes?
I'm already working on it.
Please. Someone needs to clip it on Kick and then put it in quotes channel. That was brilliant.
Fucking hilarious. Okay. Does it respond to any of us? Because I think no one really actually did say that was not out of character. So does the voice actually respond to anything that we had said?
Yeah,
Oh,
it gets
bagel bites was
loud.
legit.
It gets louder and shouts, "Do you think this is a game?"
Yes.
I mean,
And that was in character.
kind of feels like it. All at the same time, Crosses is still remembering everything that happened in that one day place with the windmill.
Oh, yeah, that was a little interesting.
Yeah. Actually, no. Crosses is like, no, this is not a game.
Yes, it is.
Are you who we think you are?
Only one way to find out. Step forward so you may see.
I mean,
Alamo steps forward.
Bezos is going to be sassy and take literally one step forward.
These
so tired
strange
of
lights.
This place. He's so done with this man.
These lights are making it still impossible to see what's on the other side.
How high up are the flame? Are they actually flames shooting up on the
They
sides?
look
or-
like flames. They look like white green flames just ripping
How
up
difficult,
in front.
how difficult though is it making it?
Enough to where you can only just make out the faintest shadow that something is there.
Cool. So not everyone's going to see this unless they're paying attention, but Crosses is actually going to pull out a little item that no one has ever seen him pull out, and he's going to put on these little binoculars that kind of look like a little eagle face, and he's going to view, and he's going to look all the way over there with his 120-foot dark vision. And he's going to try to do a perception check on the figures and things standing over there. Basically, what happened is I learned how to replicate certain magical items. I now have the ability. I have what is called Eyes of the Eagle mask. It gives me advantage on perception checks
Oh, damn.
when looking through things that are sight. Only sight-wise. Anything hearing, anything like that, it does not work. So. But I also produced a cloak of protection. So yeah, I can replicate magical things now. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I am going to do a perception check on those, or at least the shadows, uh, or chateau. I don't know. So, roll. That is a 22.
From your examination of the shadow, the creature seems to be larger than the rest of you. But it does
Where's the
not appear
shadow?
to be moving.
Where is the shadow?
Over here.
Right there. Okay.
I got a question.
Does it
Can I
seem
just
like?
skin-
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you can go. You can finish your stuff.
I was going to say, with it being an echoing type of voice and booming loudly, though, knowing that there's a shadow over there, does it seem to be that that's where a lot of the vocals is coming from?
Yes.
I have a question here as well. I'm gonna turn to Protec and ask Protec if he sees green flames. Because he's got true sight.
Ooh.
That is, yeah.
I want to see what I want to know what Protec sees. Looking through this stuff.
Yeah, what do I see?
Hold on. He's answering a text message.
Ooh.
So what do you see?
Yeah.
He's got true sight.
True sight.
Mm-hmm. You see fire. You see things as they are.
It is actual fire.
It is an actual fire.
Is it still green for him?
It's almost like white hot.
Cool. So Cross is going to yell out. So if we move forward, are you going to attack us?
I have been unable to attack anything in a long, long time.
That's
I kind of want to
fair.
shoot it.
I really would not recommend that. I feel like potentially this could be a puzzle. It could be an encounter. Out of character talking, knowing Tim and his little things of mixing things up every now and then, it's hard to say.
Are there any
Okay.
pebbles or anything on the ground?
I'm sure there's probably a loose stone here or there.
What is? Can I kind of tell what is all of this underneath, since I am like 30 feet up in the air and actually can see that now relatively well?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, sir.
I want to toss a rock onto the bridge.
That is a 32.
Deep below the bridge, you can't quite tell how far down. You can't see the bottom. There is this swirling, moving, magical entity of some sort. It's nothing you have ever seen or read about. Nothing comes to mind as to what it could be. Whatever it is, it seems to be fueling this flame.
Where are these flames?
Between the flames is the entire all the light you can see.
It is
Just
that. Okay, that is
is
what
a
is
it's
producing the
a
flame.
basically two rectangles of flame shooting up into the air. The light,
Okay.
compared to the darkness of this room, it is a very blinding light.
Okay, so that pretty much is what is kind of producing a lot of the light. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
gotcha. Okay, and that is the flames that you're talking about and such. And okay,
Yep.
nothing to the bottom. It is some weird magical entity, which is interesting that you say that, because entity usually means that it has some kind of conscience or it's living in some form. I could be wrong, but that's just my
Oh, I mean, yeah,
me
I mean that
playing on
is
the
the
word of
definition of
what.
entity. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Did
if
me
it wasn't
chucking that
something,
rock on the bridge do anything?
Absolutely
Or
not.
no?
You toss the stone on the bridge, nothing happens.
okay,
how big are the chains around? Are they relatively like thick chain links, like enough to like a small dragon to be able to perch on themselves on it?
What exactly are you trying to do?
Sorry, I was just wondering about the chain links.
Okay.
Like, I'm just trying to get like an understanding of like the layout and everything and like how big stuff is.
Oh yeah,
So
the
it's
chain
mostly
links are
just
all
like
there. Even though it only shows it here, they're between every pillar to the left and right
okay.
of you.
Oh,
And are
how
they
wide are
pretty?
the chains?
Yeah, like are they pretty thick to where like like a small, basically hatchling can sit on them or perch on them?
A person could probably stand on them if they have a good enough balance. Yes,
Okay, that's
they're
good to know.
larger than like a normal like chain that you would have in your garage kind of thing.
So almost like as big
Much.
as like maybe like the chain links from like a naval ship, like that holds the anchor.
Maybe not that big, but
Maybe smaller than medium size, but bigger than normal.
probably
Like what you
each
would
link is
probably.
probably like the size of your arm kind of thing. It's they're
Okay,
busty.
okay, that makes sense then. Cool, helps. All right. Well, all right. God, what do I do with them? Cool.
I mean, nothing. I mean, realistically, nothing's gonna happen unless we move forward.
Oh no. We're just
So-
getting
So
as much
30.
info as we can.
Yeah,
So
30 feet in the air. Well, since no one's really doing anything, 30 feet in the air, I am actually going to quote unquote cross the threshold of the bridge and hover above the bridge.
Okay.
Tim, how tall are these pillars?
Right now they're standing about 10 feet.
Right.
And the
now.
flames don't touch the chains.
The flames are like encompassing a lot of the chains that are here.
Mhm.
The flames are
Okay.
kind of blasting up from either side of the bridge, making it hard
Oh,
to
from
see across.
But they're passing
Yeah.
the chains and things.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Only ways forward. I mean,
Yeah.
unless we want to turn back, but that door behind us kind of shut, so.
I mean, some of us can quickly just blink over to the other side without actually having to cross, but
I'm
yeah,
considering it.
there's gonna be some people who are going to have to like actually like physically cross over without some magical means or fly over. Okay,
And I'm happy
well,
to be that big guinea pig.
all right. Before anyone makes an action, I gotta make sure Crosses isn't going to be the dipshit to do this.
And we do have the mental link, so I assume it didn't take us an hour on those stairs.
Are
No.
we scaled correctly?
Spent what, maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Skilled correctly?
Scaled.
correctly. No, I think
We're not.
I think we're bigger. I think we're
We're a
bigger
little
than the
big.
map.
Oh, that's
Ah.
fine.
You sometimes can tell when the
Ooh.
icon ourselves are bigger than a lot of the
Squares, I
detail.
know that, but
Mm.
You said it's roughly 10 wide, so you can technically go 2 at a time.
Hmm.
I don't know if I'd want to be that close to the edge, though.
Yeah, Crosses is not going to start crossing that bridge until he starts seeing other members start crossing. So
I mean,
Alamos.
I think I'm gonna have Alamos cross. She's kind of in the mindset of, well, nothing's gonna happen unless something happens.
I mean,
Standing
some
here
of us
ain't
have
doing
means
anything.
of like hopefully protecting our members if something actually does happen. Like, I mean, I can vortex warp people like a lot, as long as you're just okay with failing the save. Just
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
he can, or Al can do. Well,
Got
no, you have the
dimension door.
dimension door to touch.
hmm
So,
But
and
so
I
does
think
I'm
Jack.
gonna
Jax
have Alamos
Jax
start
can teleport.
crossing.
I think.
And so
Didn't you
yeah,
pick
Jack's
up
got the.
teleport? Ow. I thought you picked up
Hmm?
teleport for Kythos.
No, because because of the wonkiness of this place, I did not. Kaisos was like, I don't want to fuck with teleportation in this place beyond dimension door. Because
Fair enough.
the plane doesn't follow the correct rules, so.
I have Misty, but it's severely short range, so
Yeah, it's 30 feet for Misty.
yeah.
No, I figure we'll go slow if shit starts happening.
Yep. So,
Dimension doors and things can pop up.
Yeah.
and if
Oh.
anything, I can hopefully maybe try to, if somebody gets caught on a trap, as long as it doesn't somehow affect me if I touch them, I can also just like hopefully pick them up and like save or something. But these are all just alternatives. So yeah, Crosses is going to stay until he starts seeing other party members, so that he can follow along above them.
I do also
Yeah.
have telekinesis. So.
Okay.
I can scoop people up. One at a time, but still. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going towards the back of the group because last encounter got a little spicier than Kathos likes it.
Yeah. Well, and considering that he thinks that the entity, the shadowy figure, even though it hasn't moved, it could be a potential threat because that's kind of where the voice is coming from, but it's at least not without me actually doing another perception check on hearing. That's the only thing that I can say, is that it's probably coming from that direction, from that. Could be even just a
Nothing.
statue. Who knows?
Okay, let's start crossing.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Alamos did also point out she saw its eyes open, so it's living.
Ishk.
It's some sort of entity. There you go. Yep.
Either by magical means or organic, yeah. Cool. So yeah.
Living
All right.
creature of gold.
So roughly, so we're all starting to cross. How are we marching order?
I'm towards the back of the group.
I was gonna say I'll head in first. Hopefully, I have.
I mean,
something that we'll go with.
I say
Protect
Alamos was going in first.
All right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Protec and Alamos first.
Thorny.
Thorny
is it big enough?
and Andreas second. It's 2x2. I think he said. Yeah. You can. It's a 10x10 at least. So.
So
And
that
then
leaves the casters towards the back of the group. So if we have to run forward to grab somebody, we can to get them out.
yeah.
Which is easier than running backwards.
And Vil could be somewhere, in the back with like us, and I'm just floating up above you guys. So I'm kind of again in the middle of the group.
I think I am gonna burn a singular sorcery point, Tim, to hover. Not
Okay.
fly, but I just don't want to be touching the ground. I don't touch it, trust it.
Levitate.
Oh no,
Elevation,
I'm
1
just further
foot.
proving.
Yeah.
I'm just further proving to Protect that I'm the one wizard in the party because I don't even have wings. I'm just in the air now. I'm not
Right.
standing on anything.
Which is hilarious that that you're a wizard, Kythos. No, I'm a sorcerer.
No, I'm pretty sure you're a wizard.
I
It's like, you
don't
know what,
know the
Protect?
difference.
Yeah, no, to Protect, I am absolutely a wizard. Mhm.
Even though
I gave up that
again,
fight pretty quickly with him.
it drives Crosses like absolutely nuts because he's like, I'm like more closer to a wizard than anything.
Yeah, that
I
one made
studied
ducks out of
this
nowhere.
stuff. Kythos is like, I woke up like this. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
So
hovering a foot.
that's our marching order there, Timmy. We are crossing the
Slowly
bridge.
but surely.
Not rushing. We're all
We're good,
walking.
yeah. Yeah.
Speed
Not
walking.
full speed.
Yeah, I was gonna say Alamos is kind of like power walking.
Half speed.
Taking your long strides.
Mhm.
So
While walking.
Alamos is
Kythos is taking steps even though
First.
he's not touching the ground.
Yeah. And then Protec was gonna be kind of with Alamos at the front.
Man, I can do the best Michael Jackson impressions.
And then Andrea's Thorny.
all the heavy hitters in the front.
Pretty
Mhm.
much.
Basically.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then whoever, I mean, Jacksville probably like in the middle-ish.
We'll kind of put you
and
off to the
Kaito's kind of in the back.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah, works. I just want to be up front.
Jack's staying at the back just because he knows his Eldritch Blast has a 300-foot range.
Mhm.
Damn, you can shoot
Alright,
as far as back as
so-
me.
Hey, I now have a fight. I now have a spell that goes out on miles. So.
So Badger, while Vill's in the back, Vill's actually gonna not really liking the looks of this. Vill's gonna have a spell ready in case anything goes wrong.
Oh, like cantrip?
No,
be
like a
good.
legit spell.
Oh, please not let it be thunder. Lightning.
No,
calling.
it's gonna be something.
Lightning
Please
calling.
not thunder.
It's
Rock
not
calling.
thunder. It's not gonna be thunder. I promise you that. It's not gonna be
Oh,
thunder.
thank God.
Okay.
You know, that actually should be like what we should do. Just be like, calling like bring the thunder. Like I just do a thunder wave and you do call lightning.
Yeah, there we go.
Shock and awe, baby. Shock and awe.
There you go. There you go. Shocking off.
So the whole group just is slowly chugging along on this
Just
very narrow
being
bridge.
very cautious
Yeah.
of anything.
Yeah.
Yep. We're all on the ready for anything to jump out at us.
Okay. Well, at the moment,
I mean, now
I mean, at least some of us are.
Listen, we trust nothing.
We're not going to be surprised.
not even ourselves.
Darkness. Fuck.
I mean,
The only
I would
person
be
who
fine.
Yeah, the only person who could see through it would be Protec.
Deal.
Just keep walking forward.
um,
Follow the sound of my sexy barbarian voice.
so you guys get about halfway across this bridge. And you know how I said you were hearing mechanical clicks and clacks
Yeah.
all the way? You start hearing another series of things shifting, opening, unlocking. You start hearing this slow clicking of something, a very like large mechanical gear of some sort. And some of the pillars, specifically the two center ones, start to lift a little bit, like another 10 or 15 feet. It causes the chain to get taut as it almost like looks like it starts to drag the other four next around that surround it, starts to slowly lift up into the air as well. I mean,
Is that
they're
moving the
still no, they're not moving the flames.
Okay.
But you can tell that as these pillars are slowly rising, that they are much taller than they actually are. You can only just see that 10-foot that's sticking out of. And now as the middle ones are starting to slowly climb, feet on, foot upon foot, little at a time, as that chain snaps taut and starts to lift the other 4 nearest of it. So, these corner ones, and they start to rise like just inches behind the other 2. But after about 20 or so feet of it slowly clicking, and the middle ones getting, so they're about 30 feet from their base,
Mhm.
Don't
it
stop, just
stops.
keep going. Keep walking. Don't pay attention to the pillars. Just keep walking.
I mean, I'm watching them. I'm still moving.
Yeah, that's my thing too. I'm watching them while I'm still moving. So where would we be at by the time they're stopped?
Almost to the end.
Okay.
If you guys are moving as slowly as I think you guys are.
Do I notice any difference with the flames? Like, are they still hitting about the same height, or did they seem to die down when, or maybe they got brighter, which would be weird because then the room would get brighter. So we would see that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's at least that's what kind of looks like. um Why is this? Okay. So yeah, this thing, it ticks up, it stops. You guys almost get to the edge. The flames don't move. They don't seem to get bigger. They're just still moving. If you look down again, crosses, you still see this swirling at the very bottom. What you think is bottom. But at the very edge of the bridge, as that light source that's been sitting in front of you now gets slowly behind you, the first few of you up in the front can see that there is a creature sitting in what looks to be some sort of a stone chair.
A stone chair?
It's draped in some sort of hood and cloak. There appears to be maybe a tail that kind of swings off to the side a little bit. And you see not only the piercing yellow eye that is watching you guys slowly move across this bridge, but you almost see what looks to be like a stringy white beard coming from underneath the hood.
Very reptilian-like.
Can't quite tell. The eye would be really reptilian.
What about the tail?
Other than the fact that you can just see a tail at this time. But he's all covered and whatnot.
Perception check.
Okay.
Can I
That's
assist
true.
that?
I mean, I'm
I've got the
really
tail,
focused
but
on
not
him
a
now,
reptile.
so I'm like, because my brain crosses his brain and obviously character brain, but crosses his brain is just like, yeah, he's like, you can't be. Like, you were sitting down when I saw you. So yeah, he's going to be focusing really hard on any kind of major detail that points out to our lovely big baddie, or who should be our big baddie. So, okay, all right, I will then roll that. I still have my goggles on me. So that is a 26. Any other detail that I might pick up?
It's not bad.
Yeah, and I think Alamos, you said you desist, but I mean, already get the advantage. Did we ever change to
Uh,
do a house ruling that if other people assist and they already have advantage, did they get an additional bonus, Tim? Or I don't know. Was
I
that
mean,
something you
if
talked
you already
about
have
as well?
advantage, you really can't.
Yeah,
Assisting gives you advantage if you didn't have it.
yeah. So that's
I didn't
okay. So
realize he
that's
had
what I was.
advantage already.
That's what the goggles give. They give
Because of the
advantage on
goggles.
perception checks for sight.
Good point.
Yep. So there has just been out of character talk. There has just been times where other DMs and this talk of advantage. And I think we've as a group have kind of slightly talked about it where if somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I'll give you advantage on that." I already had advantage. Well,
Mhm.
then you get an additional like +1 or +2 to the check or something. That's what a lot of DMs. So I wasn't too sure if we had it all as a group had agreed on that. I don't think we had because it never was something we
Nah.
consistently did. So
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure my brain wasn't incorrect on that. But yep, so yeah, 28. Because our lovely game log won't fucking show up.
Mm.
I wonder if it shows up on this. Because you can actually see the game log. Yes, you can. So if you open up Beyond D&D and you look at your character sheet
No,
up
the
at
cube.
top.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cube. So cool.
Mhm.
That is not broken.
Yeah.
So you can still see the game log via that.
Okay.
Oh,
All
so
right.
no, not 28, 26. I was incorrect. Two less.
So 26. You do notice that this is a reptilian creature.
Oh, god damn it.
At first glance, its visage reminds you of Onyx,
Mhm.
but it looks older. Its colors seem fainter.
Mhm.
There is a stringy white beard coming from the edge of its maw. You see how the talons have been ill-maintained. They're just like long and almost like crackling. Its skin seems to be of ill repair. Like a creature that had been into a fight and hasn't quite healed properly. But yeah.
Does Crosses say anything?
You got old. What happened?
You just kind of hear like what sounds to be a very awkward chuckle. The whole doesn't everybody get old?
You had magical means. Did you not figure out? It's a weird interaction because Crosses is kind of like, you got old. Out of all of these years, you got old. Are you just more immortal than actually like immortal? Well, like what would it really be?
Eternal, I guess, would it be?
Eternal,
Immortal instead
yeah,
of eternal.
yeah, exactly. Like you're more eternal than
Wait a minute. Head
immortal.
Tim. Forever ago. I was linked with, who was it, Lysander?
Yeah.
Is that his name? I know. I saw Xenocrates like floating above the city. Described old, like grizzly type.
That's
Like, it was a potential future
true.
thing. Does this guy look like that, or does he look different from that?
looks
So we
to
saw
your
potential for the future. Like Lysander
yes.
showed me because mind abilities
Mhm.
showed a future he saw, which is why he was trying to amass so much power, but then the helm made him go mad.
Yep.
But we saw he showed us Xenocrates with a backdrop of like a fallen Bruxus.
That is correct.
Like Bruxus was in flames, and Xenocrates was just up in the sky. And I vaguely remember you describing him as like looking older and grizzled and whatnot. Does this Xenocrates match that, or is he bigger, or is he older? What's
He looks much older. That potential future, what you'd be seeing would be him, but whatever potential future you had seen, this is something else.
yeah? So Lysander just saw one potential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is so. All right. Yeah, I think basically in this case is that Crossus, having asked that question, basically, yeah, will announce that who stands before us or who sits before us is Xenocrates.
Alamos instinctively kind of puts away her gun and grabs her blade. Just kind of not really kind of aiming it or doing much of it, just whipping it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after announcing him to the party, then yeah, Crossus is still pretty perplexed by this, mostly because it's just like, yeah, okay, you got to Nold, so obviously the magical powers that you did gain from gaining this dimension, you didn't gain the ability to like just stay immortal. Either that or Mr. Big Baddie, who was on the top of your tower, is somehow draining power from you.
What good is being immortal if you're looking for the ultimate challenge? It's not really a challenge if you know you can't die.
Well, being immortal is still, you could still die.
Depends on the situation, but if you word that wish incorrectly.
I mean, you're fair. It's fair. It's just, yeah, it's just perplexing because
But
again,
no, I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know about Kythos, but if you're immortal, means you can't die, which means every fight you go into, you know you can't die, and that becomes more boring, right? You wanted a greater challenge. So you chose to age.
okay, immortal is, yeah, you can never die or be destroyed, live or last forever. So it wasn't okay. So it wasn't the immortal
So
thing.
yeah. Well, no, Kythos will bring up like.
What was it? It's not immortal. It's the
never aging.
Never. I guess it would just never be aging. Yeah, just
Like
ageless.
eternal youth.
Eternal youth. Yeah, I guess that would be the case.
Yeah.
I would think that, yeah, okay, then Crosses would just been like, well, why didn't you just decide to go for eternal like youth of some sort? Still die, but you at least are in your prime.
It's complicated.
You know, fair enough, man. This whole fucking world has been complicated. I'm the smartest person in this whole group, and I still have problems.
Sure.
Power on. Auxiliary in.
That
What?
was a church.
Sorry.
Oh.
No, yeah.
Sounded like a robot.
Let's go. Bless you.
Like an AI.
It was my soundbar.
Hell has things they want to say, but Kythos. Can't get a read on him.
Yeah, it's an interesting. At this point, Crosses. God damn it! I always highlights people. Crosses is going to go down and touch ground.
Yeah, we might as well all cross the bridge.
But we are going to keep Mr. Oops. Dragon 30 feet still. Just a little above. So that's interesting. Hmm. Oh yeah, your insight check. What did you get for that?
Garbage, which
No.
I
sucks
assisted.
because I have things I want to say.
You want to assist
Can
it?
I
Yeah.
assist the
roll it.
insight?
I'll roll
Yeah.
it.
I mean,
Roll
you
it.
could always
Make
just
it
say
damage,
it.
just roll it again. You could just say it.
You could just say it and see what happens,
I see.
even though you may not get the insight you were wanting.
You don't know how to end this, do you? And you've wanted to end this.
How do you feel about decapitation?
Andrews, if it ended in death, I'm pretty sure he would have solved that sooner.
Mm.
But
I
it's
know,
also the thing is though, it's not a
Kythos is-
warrior's death. It's not
Yeah.
a warrior's death. Just basically
still.
subjecting yourself to being killed. It's
You wanted this ended a while ago, but you don't know how to end it, do you? Any response from Lizard Man to that? Kythos randomly bursts into flame. I'd say me, but then he'd have to suffer the wrath of Jess, and nobody wants that.
I think we've theorized that in the past. Also, just as the group talk.
Yeah.
But
Okay. So your insight check.
It's a 3.
It's a 3.
I mean, I
suggested
said I'd
I just say.
assist it, so if you want to, you can.
Yeah. He gave me an assist. But then they said I should probably just say what my brain was thinking, which was saying to him, you wanted this done, you just don't know how to end it. I can roll another insight if you want me. I'm happy to take the advantage to get a better idea of what's going through this lizard's brain.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
So I'll just roll it again flat. Whichever. Higher than a 3, please.
So you're
Hey!
basically inciting, asking him why he hasn't just died?
Well, Crossus brought up, like, you know, or you wish for immortality or youth. And Kythos was just gonna. It's just trying to call him out because he's sitting here on a throne. Kythos thinks he wanted this to be done for who knows how long ago, but he
Flash
doesn't know how to
add a
stop
5
it.
to that, so you get a 10.
Okay, I got 10 for my second insight.
It's better. It's better than a 5. You know.
Yes. Yeah.
Damn, the dice do not like you whatsoever.
Mhm.
I've got no modifier to my insight with this character.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's all. It's a wisdom deal. So.
You don't necessarily get anything. You just that there's one eye that you can clearly see that's just like staring you. It kind of furrows a little bit, but kind of relaxes. The really odd thing that you do pick up from this conversation, he hasn't moved.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I picked that up a while back.
Like,
I
at
just
all.
wasn't too sure. Yeah. I was wondering about that.
Is the tail that's under the cloak moving at all?
Nope.
You've clearly coaxed us into being here. For what purpose?
My freedom.
Does he have his head down and a hood over it? Is that how you
Yeah,
described
he's got a big old cloak over him, tattered cloak, big old hood over his head, where you can only clearly see like one of his eyes.
So how far were okay. So
Has his head
give
moved
me a
at all?
second. Okay.
A
cool.
little, but not much.
I'm gonna cast Gust, but I'm just gonna try to just mostly I'm not gonna cast it on him. I'm gonna cast it on him, but I'm just mostly going to just try to blow the hood off.
Oh, I was gonna mage hand it, but that works.
Gust is an at-will cantrip, yeah. Oh, and actually, that is one thing. You create a small blast of air capable of moving one object that is neither held nor carried, and that weighs no more than 5 pounds. The object is pushed up to 10 feet away from you. It isn't pushed with enough force to cause damage. So I mean, it's not really being held; it's being worn.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the hood, so it's like a gust of wind, just like doof, just enough to knock it off, like a hat.
It's like that eye pressure gauge thing at the optometrist.
Yeah.
Just
Just
and
enough.
the hood.
So,
So yeah, you cast Gust to kind of shoot up from under. The hood is blown back, and I would say it's probably only visible from Crossus's aerial view. He is, at least from the back of his head, there is something resting against the back of his head. It looks like some sort of like a tube or series of wires.
God, we're in the system. No. Where are the pills? There should be a red one and a blue one. But
interesting.
You can tell though that the blowing off of the hood has just kind of annoyed him as he sits there, and both eyes kind of glance up at you. One eye seems to be the good one. The other one looks like it's been hit. It is slightly foggy. You're not sure if he's just potentially partially blind or completely blind out of that eye.
Didn't we see that in the
Kind of
vision
give
too, though?
him kind of give him a look back of like, do
No.
something about it. Get up. Kind of like a look of antagonizing.
Wait. You met with him, right?
Um,
That one night.
yeah. So
So
that's not. Yeah, that's
he
something that
was
very few of the
concerned.
third party knows.
Right.
So
But he was concerned because Malice was trying to come get him, right?
well, he said he didn't have much time.
Right.
So
But
that
then
either
his other
meant
concern was he doesn't know what would happen if he dies, right?
he really doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know. It's not really. I don't think it's a concern. He
So,
just doesn't know.
right. He's been keeping himself alive because he doesn't know what happens when he dies. He should be dead. He's literally on life support. At least that's my assessment of this. But I don't know.
It does look like it, and having taken the damage, it's probably such a case as to where he's gotten old. He's taken some damage from fights. So that means that he's yeah. You're probably right that he is probably on like some form of life
That's my
support.
guess.
Though in response to your "what are you gonna do about it" kind of reaction to his look,
Yeah.
you see his hands that are on either side of this chair. They tighten, and when he like grips the end of this stone chair, all you hear is the rustling of chain.
Ugh.
I want to look behind this. At the bridge and the chains.
For the bridge and the chains,
Yeah.
Bill,
You
Those-
said you heard chain, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
chains, the rustling
but
of chains.
the chains that you can see on either side of you are taut.
That's what's
Bill's
holding
just
him
gonna have
down.
Bill's just gonna have a hand, outstretched towards the lizard man, and just basically says, just basically says in a kind of a whisper, "Just say the word."
Okay, but the rustling of chains.
The
So
word.
say the word. Word. Bird. Bird is the word.
Is that the word? That's the word?
To
That is the
which
word.
to which he just growls and says, "If you're here to kill me, get it over with."
I mean, we are in a way, but
I'll be the first to say it. This seems too easy.
yeah. Well,
You guys are
Salamo's
just
just like,
standing on the
abruptly
far
just kinda
side of the
says
bridge.
that.
He is still up on this pedestal, sitting on this throne.
I mean, you're on your death's bed. Like, sure, we could kill you out of mercy, but is that really what you want?
You know what, Bill? You know what? Bill's gonna say, "Fuck it." Bill's curious about something. Bill's gonna walk up, trying to get close to Lizard Man, just to take a look, see where that tube leads.
So you're gonna follow the tubes.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Follow
follow
the
the
yellow
tube.
brick tube.
You could also just follow
The ancient tube.
I mean, you are a little stealthy. Do you have that camouflage thing too?
Perception check.
That cloak.
All right, perception check. Gotcha.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, be 2 seconds.
24.
So
Yeah.
while you're trying to look at the tube coming off like the back of his head from what Crosses saw and then projected to the rest of the party because of the link. The tube is kind of short. It goes into this large device right behind the chair.
Huh.
It looks ancient and it looks archaic. But as you get close to it, you can see underneath part of his tattered cloak that's covering him pretty much head to toe, minus the hood. He is shackled.
Mm.
So I confirmed that.
So Bill's gonna be looking at it's gonna be so. What's with the I got two questions for you. What's with the shackles and what's with the tube?
You think I want to be here in this state? I am a
No, but it's
prisoner
probably what you deserve.
in my own world for the last 30 years.
Who
Damn.
shackled you? 'Cause clearly it wasn't yourself.
Who else could? The thing
Onyx.
that hunts you.
So the thing that
You said
hunts
you've been
though.
shackled here for 30
Ah.
years, though.
So are you saying that this is a friend of an enemy of my enemy is my friend moment?
He's not our friend.
Well,
I mean,
he might be temporary alliance if he's basically been trapped here by someone that's hunting us.
Vil,
So
Temporary
since-
alliance. What do you think
Wait a
happens this
minute.
temporary alliance?
Vil,
I
since
know.
you're front and center, roll me an Arcana check.
Sweet.
Wait, whoa, that's okay.
That's a 17.
You see through your original perception check that there are other wires and tubes attached to different parts of his body that also feeds into this stone. And every so often you just feel this rush of our arcanic energy. He doesn't look like he would be magical. But every time it pulses and you kind of like feel or see this pulse being right there next to it, you feel the light in the room getting bigger. Ever
Did
so
Onyx-
slightly.
Did Onyx
Huh.
beat you?
Onyx, Malice.
So Bill's gonna
No,
ask,
no. I think I know. I think I might know. Okay, this is a theory. Now, across this is literally going into a whole freaking thing of like maybe connecting the dots. He Xenocrates created a copy of himself. Onyx. Theory, Onyx beat you, chained you, and you to gain your further power and drain you of what you had. But somehow the other members, in Bruxis, actually defeated Onyx before he could actually develop your powers or something like that and get your full power. They sealed him up because he said that he's been like this now for 30 years. He attacked Bruxis attacked Bruxis. But they haven't really seen him for so many years after that big, huge attack. So what happened? Clearly, we now know what happened. He got defeated and he has been imprisoned. But somehow, and I don't remember because I don't have all my notes, so Tim's going to have to correct me on this, but the members of Bruxis defeated Onyx, sealed him up, and then everything was maybe kind of copacetic until we appeared in the foundry and fucking around. Because Malice was sealed in a crystal along with Thessalar was also sealed in a crystal. When we released Malice, we released Thessalar and his full capacity of being able to do what he did. So that was the tie-ins to that. But how did Malice get separate? So my thing is though is now, how did Onyx defeat you?
I could have sworn
In-
Malice was
in
out
just-
well before we unlocked it.
In response to your just straight questioning of did Onyx beat you, there is this sudden like, well, you would see it, Vil would kind of feel it.
Oof.
Every struggle to move forward, to lean forward, and you just hear a whole bunch of chains and shackles snap. He only moves like maybe an inch or two. And he just staring deadpan into Cross's visage. He tricked me. He didn't defeat me.
You looked pretty defeated to me.
I mean, I was gonna say Alamos kind of beat me to it, but
That was in character, by the way.
And how did he trick you?
he
Exactly.
tricked you.
Crosses, just based off of your passive perception, now that you're seeing more, getting more information from what Villa's seen, that it looks like this chair or throne was trapped. The shackles aren't wrapping him around it, it's coming out of the chair and tying him to it. Just off of the artificer side of you, by being told it was trapped, if Onyx probably snuck in, completely manipulated the throne, and when he went to go sit on it, it locked him in. His expression, his anger on the tricking, Vil, just because of your druid sense,
Yep,
a lot of the wounds on him have been opened and reopened and reopened.
So he's been tortured.
So he wasn't necessarily beaten and then shackled. He was basically caught and tortured.
Yeah.
All right. So okay, my bad. Go ahead, Bill. I'll let you go first. I've been talking a lot.
No. So after hearing all this, Bill's just kind of feels how this guy's like all this. Bill's Dassam is saying that by the sounds of this, it sounds like you want revenge. You would want revenge, wouldn't you? Another chance to really prove yourself against him to get payback for what he has done to you.
I don't know if unshackling him is a good plan, though.
I mean, it is kind of again the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Or at least
Bill
I'll let you guys theorize. I need to take this call quick.
Yeah, no worries.
Bill said to unshackle him.
No.
No. He's asking if he's wanting revenge.
Yeah, I'm asking if this guy wants revenge for what was done to him. I didn't say anything about unshackling him.
Yeah. Which in that case, Crosses is going to mostly then recontract what he says and defeat and apologize, siding on the warrior side of Xenocrates and saying, I apologize. I made assumptions on that, thinking that he defeated you because he's in a copy of you. Obviously, he tricked you. So, not what you were wanting. But if he was a copy of you and tricked you, that's a whole nother side of thing that we'll come to later. But I mean, then that's exactly it. You're technically our enemy because we were wanting to figure out how to defeat you to end this whole place for everybody, but you are now in such a state to where it would not even be worth it. And we already have a threat, which is currently the Onyx Malice, who has been basically taking your powers, I'm assuming. Draining you of the power.
It wouldn't have been. No, so now.
Or was it
Kythos
because
is extra fucked up right now. Because when we Kythos got here technically decades ago.
That was 30 years ago.
Locked. Yeah, and got like petrified and all that
Yep.
shit. But you
Yep.
guys all got brought here recently when
Yes.
he was locked up, but also Onyx was locked up.
Yes.
Same with Malice and what's his name. So what
And
actually brought us here? Because if Onyx was also locked up
I think
and
that's what
Malice
this is.
didn't get out until we did the crystals,
It's not
what
Malice
brought us
getting.
here?
That's what I'm thinking right here. The stealing of the power. That's a generator to keep this world going.
So what you're saying is we're some sort of suicide squad.
There is a
No,
possibility that if we
no.
do destroy the generator, that yes, if the destruction of the blast radius could mean that we would potentially die. Or we are the happy outcome is that everything comes back. We are then teleported back to our original planes and our original worlds. We don't know what happens to the people who were born here. But that is also the thing is now we're in a situation of again the
Mm,
option of do we end a world with the chance that it could just destroy everybody and kill everything.
There's also the option that the main reason this world has been so in flux is because it's been tied to a being. It's been tied to a living, breathing thing, which is always in a state of
Slowly
flux.
dying.
And the reason why it hasn't solidified as its own plane is because it's tied to a living being that's in flux. We cut it from that being, maybe it then finally stabilizes out and just becomes its own plane of existence.
I mean, it's a possibility. It is also a possibility that this generator, quote unquote, is keeping him alive, even though he's aged out and been tortured. And it's again the power that he gained from the wish to always summon people. It also could be such a case as to where actually instead of summoning somebody to defeat him, it kind of plays on that to defeat him, but also to save him.
Okay, now we've got Al's input because Kythos isn't smart enough for this. So we've got
Well, this is the
this
player talk
dude
now.
who
This is
created
player
yeah,
table
yeah,
talk.
yeah. So we got this dude who created this world based off of wishes and what have you. Just because he fucking dies though, that's still matter in the universe. It's not gonna magically go away. I mean, it's yes, it is magic,
Yeah. I
but
mean,
there
it's
are
a
things that were
possibility.
created and generated here on this plane, not brought in.
Yeah. Which is there's the possibility that this machine, which I'm going to say is some kind of arcane generator, is either yeah, taking the powers that he gained to be able to manipulate his domain to basically create a solidified dimension.
We we also have to think about the fact that he basically created a clone of himself, right? So
Yep,
if his initial purpose with this world is to have better and better fights and best fights, that's still Onyx's goal, which is why it's still
was.
going.
Yeah, is and could be what and also still driven by Malice's need for power. So now he just got amped up even more. So the thing is though is like what do we I mean there's a chance that taking Xenocrates off of the machine will at least I mean give him probably the potential rest that he wants because he's just probably going to die. I think he's on death's bed basically. Or death's door.
Is this in player talk or out in the open
Oh
talk?
yeah, no, this is in
this is table
player.
talk. Yeah, this
Mhm.
is player talk.
Tim's on the phone, so we're strategizing right now and
Yeah.
talking through a bunch of shit. Because some of us, our characters, are not as smart and Like, I have
What
all these
Bill's
ideas,
idea.
but I have average int.
if all of these wishes are colliding together? Wouldn't that tear wish rift in like space of time and
That's kind of what we're
space?
dealing with right now. Like, that's
So
why this is such a parallax and why death doesn't behave itself and leaving isn't just as simple as teleporting or plane
Parallax of
shifting.
Xenocrates.
Because there's not
So
really
Then
the
Bill
plane.
has an idea.
He said
Bill
the
has an
thing!
idea. Bill
Has
has
it
an
why
like
idea.
isn't it collapsing already? Collapsing
because he's still
already?
alive.
Well, and
So
that's where Al is basically saying is that he's the machine being attached to him is what's causing this world to be also like potentially in flux because it's a living being attached who's getting old
It's
and who
constantly colliding.
yeah.
Alright, chicken.
So
What is Bill's idea?
all right. Sorry. So the way Bill sees is that we're being hunted by a creature and whatnot, and that this creature this creature basically put this lizard folk chained to this chair, and slowly killing him.
mhm.
So the idea Bill has can either go two ways. Either one, we set him free and make an agreement, and he goes off, helps us to defeat the creature, and thus maybe destroying himself in the process. Or two, he decides to try and fight us, and we put his ass down for good.
That's the other part of this that we're not sure. We're not sure if he's the one keeping the machine running, or if it's kind of like a joint effort of he's making the machine keep going, but the
Symbiotic,
machine is
yeah.
also keeping him alive.
It's like a
Like, there's a
symbiotic
chance
type.
we disconnect him and he just drops.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Have
I'm
you
thinking
considered asking him?
that's what I was actually
We
going to ask
could
about
just
the.
I mean, we can.
I was
We
going
Can you
to.
can.
ask
We
I
him
haven't
what
really.
happens to the world if
I
he
mean,
dies?
here's the
Well,
thing.
no.
If
So I did.
they'll-
Okay, so going back, so there actually that answers that question right there that Johnny just asked. So a while back, I will now fill the party in on something since everything has
Yeah,
kind of
because you
joined
just
up.
talked with Kaitos
Tim.
about it a bit, right?
Yes, exactly. So when we were over in that little room that had like all of the farm and the windmill, and we stayed that night there,
Mhm.
everybody, I think, who was it? Kythos.
Kaitos came off of watch and looked at Crossus and said the moon's haunted after
Yes.
staring at it for his entire
Yeah.
That's it,
watch,
yep.
being like,
Because
that's
she
not
thought
fucking
she
right.
saw an eye in it.
Yeah, I
And
thought I saw something.
and I then on my watch basically just was like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. We know
Didn't
what
you
this
net 20 at perception?
no, I just basically looked up and said it. I know you're watching us. And then that was when Tim just basically
Dragged you
pulled
into the
me in.
van.
Yep. Dragged me into the van. And was like, cool. And I had a little interaction with Xenocrates, and I was able to ask him some questions before I got pushed back. And the one thing I asked him was, what would happen? What happens to this world if you die? And he says, I do not know. So he does not know. So that at least answers that question. But also fills people in on. He also then said, I also was like, he also then said that he's like, he has very limited time, which obviously now answers that deal for me.
He's been
But
stuck, yeah.
yeah,
I guess the follow-up question would be, is he keeping the machine alive or is the machine keeping him alive?
that would be a good question.
Because that will help us determine at least if we unchain him, are we breaking the world? Or if we unchain him, are we just killing him?
The other thing is though, is what happens?
Uh-huh.
What happens if we just unchain him and let free will, let him decide on that, and let free will be the choice?
I mean, the way Alamos sees it, if he's chained down and the world still exists, then mission successful.
Because the way that Tim said it is that there's like he's resting on something and there's like pipes or there's like cables and pipes going down. So is it a case that it's just that he has to be touching it, or is he actually like even being like Matrix
Well-
style has a fucking plug in the back of his head now?
Well, I was going to say,
basically?
didn't Tim say there was a tube going into the back of his neck?
That we would
Yeah.
need to double check. He did. Okay.
He
So
literally, I was
that-
going to say, he
back of his
literally said
head.
it was going into his, that was back of
Yeah,
his head.
like back here.
yeah. So okay, so basically that exactly is, free
Mm.
will. Do you kill yourself knowing not knowing what it's going to do? Either you die or you live. So we leave free will to the bad guy and let him decide. We just
That's a chaos option if I've ever heard one.
it is a very chaos option, but we're also talking about unchaining him anyways.
I was gonna say I will pre-say this when it gets brought up in character. Almas is gonna have a big fucking problem with that.
And
What,
that's
giving
fair.
him the will?
Alamos was made in the Great Flood. Their mission is to defeat him and his army. The way she sees at the moment is he's defeated. He's chained down and he can't move or he can't do anything.
And that's totally valid. And I'm not saying out of character. This is just
Oh,
like
yeah.
I said, per answers, depending on what he says with like the whole thing. And we also like don't know what everybody else is thinking of like, do we actually unchain him? Or yeah, the big question is what is that we do, and does he know if this machine, if destroyed or turned off, what would happen?
Oh,
Basically.
now I'm wondering something else, though.
Yeah.
Lysander saw that vision, right?
Um
What if
yeah.
Lysander thought it was Xenocrates, but it was Onyx?
I mean, possibility. It was one and the
Like, it was
same.
a
It's the only
vision
difference. The
Lysander
only
had a while back.
Yeah. The only difference is,
So,
is that he was older,
right.
just slightly older.
So,
Not as old as this guy, but
mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, Kythos brings that up. Kythos is like, he's older than what Lysander saw.
yeah.
And we've
So
only
I
been
think
here for, what, a couple months?
mm,
Maybe? We've not been here
Something like
very,
that.
very long.
I would
No,
say
there
maybe
wasn't. There was
about a
also a
half a
massive.
year.
I think wasn't there also a massive time skip while we were in the
There
what's
were a
it
couple of time skips, but I'm also trying to determine.
Yeah,
when we
there
came
was
back through the fog? I mean, like I thought they said like you would have gone for months.
Through the fog?
I forgot what
I
it
know what
was.
you
The
mean.
fucky plane
Yeah. I know what you mean.
with the bone organ dude and the
Yeah.
fucking danger
down
snail.
The
down
rock?
there in the
The Danger Rock?
Danger
Rock?
Rock.
Danger Rock.
Yeah,
That's it.
that
No problem.
swamp area when we finally ran into the little town that had been
Right.
teleported from.
I don't remember
Um,
if that was months, though.
I
I
mean,
But
do remember
still,
them saying like we
half
thought you were dead.
we're maybe at like half a year.
I was gonna say I think we're
It
maybe
really
about
hasn't
at
been
a
that
half a
much time.
year.
I mean, technically, Kythos has been on this plane for decades.
Yeah, but you
Technically, he
were
doesn't remember shit.
petrified.
Yeah. Which again goes back to the Kythos was brought pre him getting chained up.
Exactly. So at one point, when you were having to when you sadly were dealing with the Abeloth, at some point, that's when
Either right
Xenocrates got
before or
tricked.
after.
It could be,
So I
yeah.
think Tim put it at like 4 decades. And
Oh
the
man,
big battle
that's
was 30 years ago, right? So it's
something
like
like
10
that.
years before that
Great
happened,
flood.
basically.
Yeah.
That's when Kythos was here. But remembers that at the time that the Foundry was still under the influence of whatever that other entity was. Because
Which
it
was
wasn't the
Malice.
Which was it Malice?
It was Malice.
Mm. I could have sworn it was different, but I could be wrong. It's been a hot
Well, I
minute.
think it was. We didn't really I think there was. So I think what it was basically it was the we call it Malice, but it was the evil side of the Lich.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And that was, and when we released it, something happened to it.
But it just left. It
Yeah,
didn't
it just
die.
left. It left and drifted off, but it said something about like this isn't the end, or you haven't
Something.
defeated me. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
don't know.
basically was a very ominous thing of I will be back.
Yeah.
Which is why I think that was Malice, because Malice has been technically hunting us. He just was trying to get with Thessalar because technically Thessalar had like the body of the body of
Right.
the original necromancer of his human form, but was also the genie who died.
Oh, wait.
So there was the power of time, and he was trying to get that
Yeah, I don't
power,
know.
but Thessalar was like,
There's
no.
yeah.
And we kept intervening. So now it in ways of like throwing off plans, I think, and then Malice came across Onyx and was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna take Onyx."
Yeah. I'm wondering. Oh wait, 'cause yeah, we killed
Did we
Onyx and
ever?
Malice
Was it
ate
ever
Onyx.
confirmed?
Mm-hmm.
Was that ever confirmed if the thing? I guess what's most likely the thing at the top of the tower is that Malice or is that Onyx? Was that ever
That
confirmed?
is
That was the
technically Malice
amalgamation.
Onyx. Yeah, that's the
Yeah, that
amalgamation
was
of Malice
technically
Onyx.
Malice because we killed
Right.
Onyx.
Yeah.
Malice
Yeah, I was
then
gonna say
absorbed Onyx.
Motherfucker got slurped.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. So that is now the amalgamation of Onyx having consumed the creatures. That's
And the
what it is.
dragons.
It's the
Malice is that
collective of
creature
what
that
smells has eaten.
Malice was that creature that we saw in the warehouse. Remember
Yeah.
the little
No,
ghost
no,
that
yeah. The
consumed
little
us?
Yeah.
ghost that was like
That
full of
is
bodies.
that
Yeah.
is the entity that came from the crystal.
It's yeah, it's the power. It's the power of the Lich
Yeah.
and like the evil of the Lich, which is why we called it Malice because that was the closest we could get to it. Because it's like it's not the Lich,
But at the
but it's
time
the
we
power
didn't
separated
realize.
because Lysander was trying to put Thessalar and Malice back together.
Yes, because he thought defeating the Lich would actually end this, and that was not true. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
think it was more of
showed
a
him that
play
that was
against.
actually going to be bad.
Yeah, I think that was something with the helm.
Yeah.
It might have actually
Oh yeah, no,
been
yeah, the
somewhat
helm was
influenced.
just
I'm wondering if the helm had been influenced by potentially Malice, like maybe Malice got.
no, the helm was just cursed. The helm straight up was cursed.
Okay, so
And
maybe just
basically
been what you
it
thought.
can't be it can't be worn by a magic user, otherwise they go insane. Lysander already Tim described it. Lysander already had like might have had some mind reading abilities, and the helm like super amplified that. So the helm was cursed, and Lysander was probably hearing like, and I think Kythos explained it a little bit. Like Kythos could not imagine putting that helm on because it's like I remember getting overwhelmed by everyone's thoughts, having that amplified, as well as it being a cursed item.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is that because was cursed and he had the mind reading, he was being influenced by
Mm,
the necromancer power, because he gain
uh,
again get my body back kind of thing,
right,
and so
except
use
we had
somebody
to
else.
explain to Lysander that that would have just caused. I believe the joining of those two would have just caused an explosion and destroyed everything. I believe was the final verdict on that one.
Or something. I don't
Because
remember.
yeah, because we were like, it was bad news if those two joined. Like Thessalar was like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, I think it
Because
was mostly because he just knew he had a lot of power, and trying to
no,
be
it
joined with
was
something like that was just going to be bad.
no, no, no. I like, because I
I don't
remember a
know.
time stop got involved because it was very much
Oh yeah, no,
we need to
this is
stop this
just all
or everyone
back end
dies.
story.
I remember that. I remember that much. This needs to stop or everyone dies, more
Yeah.
or less. Because he was doing it like right over a ley line as well, or the convergence of a couple ley lines.
hmm
Like it was bad. I'm just,
That's just my theory, in my opinion.
oh yeah,
I don't know what
I don't know.
Tim could have had a whole backstory for it. So, but yeah,
That's the
Ah.
question we need.
Hi.
Kai.
Sorry
back.
about that. Thank you.
It's
Does it work?
basically. The question is that
You don't look mad enough for it to have been work.
No, no, I sent you a message about it in reply to your other message.
a family situation that you need to take care of.
No, it's handled.
Okay.
It just was a very unexpected phone call.
Unexpected. That is always
Good unexpected.
But a good
Makes sense.
unexpected.
And that's fine. No worries.
So I knew you guys
not-
were table talking. I had my headphones off one ear most of the time. You guys were theorizing so many things.
yeah,
Mhm.
a lot of things. Even a lot of back end stuff from previous.
Yep.
We do at least have a follow-up for Xenocrates now, and that is he keeping the machine going, or is the machine keeping him alive?
Neither, he says.
Oh, okay.
New
well
theory:
then,
this machine's siphoning its
hold on.
power.
so Bill's gonna kind of like, oh, so this thing's not keeping you alive, and you're not keeping it going. So I'm wondering what's gonna happen if I do this. And basically, Bill's gonna walk over to
don't.
like one,
Too late.
just one of the wires
Yep.
on his back, like one of the wires on his body, and just like kind of like extend a finger and turn it into a sharp claw, and just give it the wire a cut one of the wires.
Yep, too late.
That's the
Just-
chaos.
Just a wire, any tube, or just kind of thing. Just what are you
She
disconnecting?
just said a wire.
I
She
just
just
said
said
like
wire,
you
yeah.
said there was
Back to
like
him.
multiple. Because I remember you
random
said there was
wire.
a tube to the back of his head, and you said there was like wires going to like all over his back and body. So I'm basically gonna cut one of the wires.
All right. You see one of the runes on the large circular stone tablet behind him just fade out.
Hmm.
Mm,
Interesting.
If
Wait, hold on,
somebody
there's like
wants
tablet
to,
of
if
runes
somebody
behind
would
him?
like to look at the machine, we
artificer?
require
God
a
fucking-
DC
God damn it, fucking
25 Arcana check or an
Jesus.
investigation check to discover.
DC
I'll
25.
give
All
you
right.
DC
assist.
25 investigation or Arcana.
I'm not trained in Arcana.
That's fine. I will take the
Yeah, Arcana.
advantage because extra advantage is awesome because I have
Mhm.
basically a 17, so I have to at least get a 8
8 or
or
higher.
higher. $33.
Great.
Right?
I
So
will
when
examine the fuck out of this.
Nice.
you take some
Like,
time
Bill
to
cuts
examine
that,
it,
and Kaithus is just like, that's
in the smallest way of describing it, Daniel had a point.
DC 25. I wouldn't have even.
You're noticing that this stone resonates with the same arcanic magic as more or less a phylactery of some sort. It is drawing something out of Xenocrates. And every time it pulls something out of him, the flames in the room change. And since you were the one that discovered before, it starts to make a little bit more sense that the flames are just a reaction off of what is being pulled out.
What is being pulled out?
Say out of character. My best guess is his essence, his magic.
The power that he got from the wish, potentially.
Yeah. And that's maybe
So,
again
how
table
much-
talking. That's maybe what's making it Onyx or Malice
Wait,
stronger.
He never the lizard guy never answered the question when I asked him, did he?
Did I have my headphones off? What
I
did you
think it was
ask?
before was I asked those guys I asked him if he wanted revenge on the person that basically put him here.
Oh yeah.
Revenge is not a strong enough word. I would rip him from the very existence from which I brought him.
Well then, I
If I
truly
could.
believe. Well, I truly believe. Well, then of course, after he says that, I'd be like, well, then let's see what happens. I cut one of the wires and be like, huh. So, if we were to set you free and give you that opportunity, would you be willing to have a truce with us to take down those that have entrapped you here?
Alamos
The
points
druid
her
with the
sword at Vil.
Who has told you that I am some overlord trying to destroy everything and everyone?
The same, I guess, same people that sent us here to, I guess, put an end to you.
It's not really mostly just anybody being an overlord. It's mostly just that we came to a consensus that you are bad for this world because your want of to be better and fight created such a ruckus for people and their lives, and you didn't take any account into that. You didn't go back to try to fix them, to help them, to do anything. You only cared about strength. And
Your
so
chaos
you're
theory
not a
that waged.
case.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's just not a case of you being an overlord. It's just mostly that you just were an entity of power that just didn't fucking care about what they did to the little people.
Your chaos theory that waged war on Roxas and killed innocents.
You think I was
Were you the
attacking
clone?
Bruxus for the sake of attacking Bruxus?
Irrelevant.
No, Onyx. Onyx is. This is not the clone. This is.
No. Yeah, I was. I. Right,
Bruxus
we've
was
been
just
told
the
Onyx is the clone.
Yeah.
Bruxus is
Bill,
just the
Are you thinking that this is the clone? This is actually Onyx? Sorry.
Tim,
Bill's
finish.
gonna pour two more.
Let
Pluck
Tim finish. Let Tim finish before you pluck shit. Let him talk. I swear to God, Bill, I will hold monster you. We're getting answers.
I did not attack Bruxus for the sake of attacking Bruxus. It just so happened to be the battlefield of my foe's positioning.
That's
And
what
it just so
Onyx is.
happens me, my brothers and sisters were created for your destruction. So I speak again. Irrelevant.
A part of Bruxus had been corrupted, manipulated, under the control of something that I once hunted years before I came here. It needed to be purged.
You're talking about the destroyed section. Where Malice was, remember? We found Malice in that warehouse district where there was nobody.
But that's the same. That's the same section that we went and re-teleported back.
Malice. Lich. Thessalar.
I mean, we've been calling it. They're not so much the same entity anymore.
Yeah. A lot of shit is different. There's some things that maybe you might not have been aware of.
Like,
I have occasionally been able to scry when this machine allows me to use my abilities, but it's never last long. I am what you would say out of the loop.
you attack because that's where
If you could only have seen what I had seen, maybe
I am
Bruxus would
going
understand.
to. You know what? I'm gonna look at him and hold up a hand and just be like, then show me. And I do detect thoughts. Like, again, I get surface, but I want to see what he saw. Like, I'll push. He can either try to make the save or he can just let it. Or let me in.
He senses
We're
your.
also linked, yeah?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
He
there's still rarities
he senses your tapping into his psyche, and at first he wants to put up the walls, but then sits there and goes, "Okay, no, I see what you're saying."
Show
I
me.
mean, this guy's a fighter. His intelligence isn't all that high, but he kind of figures it out.
Mine isn't either. It's average. Which is why I'm
And
now walking
you
into
get
the mind of this villain.
you get a flash from his point of view of him hovering high above Bruxus, attacking what looks to be that destroyed section, the farming district,
Mhm.
the one that you guys teleported back and whatnot. And what you see through his eyes is this black shadow as tall as houses, just slowly plucking souls out of the populace and devouring them. Unseen. You see it topple houses and set fires to fields, but you realize that it is only because Xenocrates can see it. But every other image of this scene, even the telepathic information you got from like Lysander and some of the others, this creature, the shadow, wasn't seen by anybody else. So it just appeared to be, as Xenocrates casted attack after attack on this entity, it looks like he's just trying to level everything. But he is waging war with this shadow.
Hey, Tim.
Your thoughts go to a finishing blow where he pretty much sets fire to the entire district that, in a massive poof of magic, vanishes. Through his eyes, however, you do see a flash of blue and green. Very, very mildly. The same type of magic you've seen used by somebody else.
By Thessalar, right?
But it's not something that in this repeat of thoughts that he understood what was happening. So at the very moment Xenocrates believes he destroyed that part of Bruxus and thusly the shadow, as you see everything just kind of get consumed in flame, it kind of matches with that information you got from Thessalar, where he uses all of his power to teleport an entire district out of the area.
But wasn't that at that time Thessalar chained up in some form? Wasn't he in like imprisoned? Didn't he say at some point he was also imprisoned, but was released when when at the time that we had released the spirit from the crystal in the tower at the foundry?
So that's what he's told you, yes.
That's what
He's told
Thessalar
us,
has
yeah.
fucking told us.
Right, but he also did tell us about that, and I just can't remember if it was a case of like he was just able to like do that from that
Oh,
distance.
my brain is screaming at me. What is it trying to say?
But yeah, real quick, Tim, did you see my DM in Discord?
Nope, but I was probably hearing the ding dings from my story.
But yeah, that's asking
Do we?
to do.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
All right. I will do
So the timeline of, 'cause we're pretty sure we released Malice, right?
Mm-hmm. And just from that little, you only see that little blip of that fight, in which, and then that's when your detect thoughts kind of fade, because they don't like last indefinitely. And Xenocrates just kind of sighs and goes, "You don't seem satisfied."
No,
Do
there's something.
do you
I-
require a deeper dive?
Yeah.
add 5 to that, so 18. 18 for that roll.
Success.
So I mean, I can do my separate. Like I have a spell going with everybody else, but
Mm-hmm.
that's not my individual link that I can do. You know, like detect thoughts only lasts a minute. Oh, I do want a deeper dive, no matter what it fucking does to Kaithos. Like I'm willing for Kaithos to be like. He's deep. I don't know how to describe it. Because Kaithos wants to show Xenocrates, the entity that we've called Malice.
Mm-hmm.
But in Malice's like original form, the little bald, grinny dude.
Oh, easily. You pull that right from my memory.
So I wanna,
Being
I
telekinetic
guess, detect.
connected, yeah.
I kind of wanna do the usual link with him, but also add detect thoughts on top of that to make like a very, very solid connection, I guess. Rather than just a spell, like it's me and the spell in there, if that makes sense. Kind of like with there was that dude that Lysander was corrupting, remember, in the tavern?
Mm-hmm.
And you described it almost like Kaithos was standing in the room with Lysander or trying to talk to the guy in the guy's head. Kind of that. I'm going deep with this. I've only done
Yeah.
it like twice. Once with that guy, and then I think Alamos I've done it with, which was figuring out the dichotomy of red and blue.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Kaithos wants to dive deep. And like everybody else saw flashes, at least, of what I was seeing in Xenocrates' head.
Yeah. That makes some things interesting and confirms some things for at least as Cross's theories in some form, but also just adds a bunch of fucking other questions. Like, what the fuck was that then, if only he could see it?
Hmm.
Was it the thing that we fucking released from Foundry then? And how the hell did he seal it? Just a lot of back end stuff, but nothing major, so.
Was Onyx locked up before or after that fight?
I think it was after, if I remember correctly, from timeline from what they told us. But that's just my theory.
What was the question?
Was Onyx locked up before or after Xenocrates in that section of the city?
After.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, I want to create a very, very solid link with Xenocrates.
Okay.
I want to see. I don't know. I don't know what I want to see. I want to show him again the little smile ball form of Malice to see if there's any tie to that, the entity it was seeing. If it rings any bells.
Like plucking of the souls.
You you establish this link. Xenocrates' head kind of falls forward, his eyes close as this happens. And then when you show him the little one, the little version, you can just sense his anger, and then you get another shot, a much better image from his memory of the larger shadowy entity. And the only thing that you see that ties the two is the big old smile that each of them wore. But by deep delving into his thoughts, he just kind of opens the doors.
Okay. So we're seeing Malice. Thessalar was also in that section of city, right?
Yeah. But whatever you saw in that thing, even if he even if you ask him to replay that memory, he doesn't realize what he saw. He didn't necessarily see the blip.
He was so focused on that.
He was too focused on what he was fighting. You're the one that notices the flash of magic. And it was almost, and even as it replays, it was seamless as this like fireball comes in to hit the shadow entity that just kind of levels that part of the district. You just see this flash, and then it's just, and it's leveled. It is on fire. It is destroyed. The shadow entity kind of like shrinks down, consumed by flame.
And Thessalar explained that he teleported that section of the city out, right?
Because of otherwise, in Xenocrates' attempts to destroy his opponent, it would have killed a lot of
There's a lot
people.
of collateral damage going on.
Yeah.
So they just saw Xenocrates leveling a city. They didn't see Malice. Thessalar didn't see Malice.
No, no one saw.
Yeah.
No one saw this shadow creature.
So we're only seeing the shadow creature, Tim, but does the shadow creature's movement, like, I'm trying to, like, look around, like, in the periphery of Xenocrates', like, Xenocrates is focused, yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean his eyes didn't, like, he didn't necessarily see other things.
No.
You're trying to do like.
So I'm more or less pausing the scene and looking at the stuff that was in his periphery. Do I see Thessalar?
Yeah, you kind of almost like you're stepping into almost like the Matrix.
Yeah.
You get a freeze frame, and then you can kind of like separate yourself from looking through his eyes and just kind of wander. And you even hear the occasional thought that Xenocrates is having at this moment, like, I did not know you could do that, as he's like watching you fly down, levitate down, and look around. Like it's like being part of a war zone that is freeze framed. Whether
More
it be
than
like a
likely,
Matrix
in the
dive or Inception or
overworld
something.
where we all are, more than likely there is blood coming out of Kythos' nose. This is probably.
But yeah,
somebody
you
please
do
monitor. Can we monitor Kythos, please?
So I can see Thessalar.
But you go down to where you saw that blip, and yeah, standing next to a building, not as fancy looking as you have seen him, because he dresses well, kind of thing. he is sitting there channeling everything, and in that brief moment, you're seeing like the flesh on his, the flesh on his body is starting to like peel away from this massive overload of magic that he clearly could not
seem
control completely.
like Thessalar clocked the entity or no?
Does it look like?
Like Thessalar's channeling magic, yes, but
Yeah.
I assume he's also kind of still looking like he's obviously has clocked Xenocrates, but I want to know if like the
if he
entity
sees
is
the
lined
shadow?
up with Thessalar.
No.
Yeah, like is the shadow lined up with Thessalar in any way, shape, or form?
Nope. Thessalar looks like a completely third party whose eyes are focused on Xenocrates and nothing else.
And trying to save that section.
It even looks like he can't see the shadowy figure.
Okay, so the Lich attempted to use a Jin's lamp, right? As
Yes.
a phylactery.
Yes.
Right. So if the Jinn somehow morphed into Xenocrates, which was our theory, right? Kinda? Since he keeps having wishes, I
No,
think? Or so there
the
was some
theory-
sort of curse with it too, but like the
Well, he
Jinn
wished.
cursed the Lich, right? Or the Jinn like did some last minute thing to the Lich, and that's what separated Thessalar's body and the Lich entity, kind of malice, right?
Here's a fun little thing that happens, because even though this is table talk, you guys are mentally connected. As you're trying to theorize this idea,
No, Kythos is
it gets broadcasted to Xenocrates. And you get a quick flash, a memory of a younger Xenocrates walking into a cave, coming toe to toe with this shadowy green magic looking skeletal lich, who surprisingly just looks like it's smiling ear to ear. And they do battle. Xenocrates, you see from his point of view, he cuts down the lich after lots of battles. He's bloody, bruised, and bleeding. Completely flips over his lair to find the lamp. And when he smashes it, you see this image of a Jinn whose face
looks like
looks like Thessalar's. And in that last booming, "How dare you destroy my lamp, I will," and in the last little bit of magic snaps, you watch as the Jinn is destroyed, because without a lamp it dies, but it gives off one last hurrah. And then the entire reality around Xenocrates just kind of fades to black. And he awakens on the shores of some distant land, not knowing what the hell is going on.
Does he look at his wrist?
For anybody else that is connected to this, yeah, he looks at his wrist and
there's a gem.
There's a gem there. And as he
Son
looks
of a
around the
fucking
shores, for those that were there at the very beginning, the same shore you guys got dropped into. For anybody who has been teleported to this plane, it's the same shore, right next to what Jax eventually turned into a tavern.
Stupid goddamn fucking bull crap.
It's fucking punishment.
It's punishment.
It's not
But how is
Xenocrates wanting this. It is the Jinn punishing Xenocrates.
Yep. And very early
wanting
into
to
his
fight.
adventure, he mumbles something out loud about, "I need a place to rest. I would give anything to have a drink right about now." And he stumbles upon a bar. It's almost like he starts to realize more later into his discovery versus where you guys kind of picked it up fairly early, that what he vocalizes a desire, he can make reality.
Which is basically like wishing something,
Which
but it's
is
punishment
it's
because
a punishment.
You
He's
get a blip.
trapped here for
You get a
trapped.
blap years and years later where he is training with other adventurers that he kind of brought.
Mhm.
You see a younger version of the first. You see Drogue, you see Abra, and he's warring with Drogue a little bit. They're having this sparring match.
Hmm.
And Xenocrates has this moment of, Drogue, I know you are strong, but I can defeat you without thinking. I swear the only thing that I can spar with successfully is myself.
And that's when.
And the clone
Oh,
appears.
fuck.
A mirrored image of himself. You get another blip of years later where it looks like the real Xenocrates has aged, but the clone looks like has not aged a day. And they're practicing a little bit, and repeatedly, despite the fact of Onyx is moving faster and seemingly hitting harder, there is a kick to the chest. Onyx goes down, and Xenocrates is like, "You're becoming too predictable. I can defeat you whenever I want." And goes on about a speech about how he is going to leave and find something else to fight, find something else to spar with, and basically cuts Onyx loose. And Onyx leaves in a huff, but he leaves. Because even though Onyx seems to be locked in that prime moment, there is something else about the way he thinks. Because early Xenocrates, you can tell he was just acting like a teenager looking for his best in glorious combat, kind of thing. He wants to find the best. But an older Xenocrates is like, I don't care about combat anymore. I don't care about being the best anymore. I've realized I am the best and going from there. But Onyx seems to still be stuck in that conquest mode.
Because he's never aging either, so he's always stuck in that mentality.
He is stuck in that moment that he was created from. You get a flash later of him watching Bruxus, a very early Bruxus, being built. Drogue has kind of taken command of all the forces. Bruxus is, they got some of it built, but not as big as you've seen it. And Xenocrates is just watching with a grin. But something catches his eye and he goes and chases after it, but that's kind of where the memory kind of fades. You see another blip of him near the water, watching this like zombified corpse come up out of the water, and he's just like, "What are you?" and cuts it down. But it kind of like early on theorizing that death is difficult.
I'm just wondering where.
And somewhere along the line,
spirit comes back in. The Lich's spirit.
I think that's
the malice. Where does that come in?
There is an attack on a town. You kind of see through Xenocrates' eyes a tower appearing from his own desire. You see this dark shadow encompassing that tower and it kind of getting let loose, I should say. Even from his memories, it's almost impossible to determine when it shows up. But he's got lots of memories of him going after and fighting this shadow.
The shadow that nobody else can see.
That nobody else can apparently see. It is wreaking havoc. It even happens to, at some point, you see a memory of Xenocrates watching this dark entity summon a beholder and watching this town go to war with it. You actually see a young version of yourself running around, sword drawn, as you are watching yourself descent.
Weird.
Yeah, but it's weird, huh? But you eventually
Sword
see.
running around. Am I chasing the entity or no?
You're not chasing the entity. You're chasing the beholder the entity summoned. It's really weird though. From Xenocrates' point of view, the entity is right there. It has summoned this beholder, but only everyone has seen the beholder that attacked the foundry, caused your stone turn.
The Lich's essence didn't die when you smashed the phylactery. It got trapped in here with you. But it didn't have a body? At least that's what Kaitos is now theorizing out loud to the smarter individuals. But that's Kaitos' theory that the
You can tell
as a
since
final fuck you to Xenocrates.
You can tell that there is a point where he's trying to bring up memories of like earlier memories of this, Thessalar that you know him. And other than finding faces, like different times where Xenocrates is around other people, there is a person in the background that sometimes he snaps to, and you see this man that resembles the much more charming Thessalar, and he's just always there. But when and there's one time where Xenocrates approaches him and says, "Who are you?" The man's just like, "I'm Bob. I'm one of the farmers." And it's like, okay, well, you just resemble somebody I used to know, and then leaves. You then get a cut of the moment that Xenocrates sits into the throne, watching the arcane energies and mechanics snap. You can tell that some of these shackles are harder to get off. There's like where he puts his arms, it actually shoots like a bolt up through his arm, opens up and snaps like a shackle over the top of it. The the tube to the back of his head isn't really like burrowing too far. It's more like needle, trying different ways to start siphoning this room that was once lit with the pillars used to have torches on them and stuff like that were all snuffed out. You watch as Onyx comes out of the shadow, demanding Xenocrates to give him his power. Onyx is demanding the ability to shape the world so he can unleash a conquest that no one will have ever know. And Xenocrates is laughing. He's just like, I don't care about conquest. People have built cities. People have decided that this is their life now. I don't know if they want to leave, if that ever becomes an option. But Onyx doesn't care. He starts driving daggers into him. He slashes at his face. Xenocrates, being himself, kind of endures it, but realizes that he is stuck here. Realizes that as this machine he's looked up to is siphoning something out of him, his ability to will things into existence starts to crumble. And he is trapped. You get flashes of memory as he attempts to look at different places. He gets brief images of his original party that he brought here so many years earlier. You see him try to pull up as he remembers your group. He tries to remember the times he tried to scry on the moment that Jax and his party showed up, when Protect showed up, when Crosses showed up, just to kind of be like, he's known. But with every time you get one of those scrying moments of him just trying to mentally project sight from this chair, you can also feel a deep desire for somebody strong enough to end Onyx, just help him how to figure out how to destroy this entity that you guys have named the Malice, so that life can continue as usual here.
But life isn't continuing.
Yeah. I think Kaithos comes out of all that. It probably falls on his butt, I think. Because he's probably been in here. Because I can hold that connection now for like 17 minutes, technically.
And all of that deep dive, for you, probably felt like real time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even if it was just a couple of minutes in there, the longer you stayed in there, the longer you went there.
So
even
no, Kaithos comes out of it and falls on his ass.
I will say the another image that you would have gotten would have been the floating islands, about how they were once down in the valley. He had trapped this entity within these glacier walls, and he was going toe to toe, destroying them. The entity always seemingly to evade him, and out of his anger, he caused the landmass to rise. Okay, fine. If cold won't defeat you, let's go into the air, and thought that maybe the lack of oxygen would do it, and he ward up there, and then the entity flies off towards Bruxus, and he chases after that. It kind of seems like every major landmass shift that you guys have seen throughout your adventures was a direct result of him trying to attack this unseen entity.
Which is kind of the perfect fucking punishment for a djinn. Get everything you want except being able to defeat this entity. Like trapping him in here with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no one else can see it.
Right, exactly.
So
like,
it's a punishment.
It's strictly a punishment for him.
But then during this deep dive, he doesn't request anything from you, but do you a chance to show him anything?
Oh, yeah.
Do you decide to then show him what you guys have gone through, or what bits and pieces do you want him to see?
Yeah, so showing him
what was
me getting here, the other side of the perspective of him seeing me, however long ago that was.
Mm-hmm.
The beholder of the Aboleth, and then getting freed by these guys.
Yeah.
The tower in the foundry, the releasing of whatever that thing was in that upper room.
The crystal.
And the releasing of whatever it was down below too, because we did 2, right?
Yeah.
I thought we did 2.
I think so.
And then, because didn't Thessalar show me his perspective on that town fight?
He did.
To explain what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
So I think those are key things, you know.
He also remembers. He also does remember being like imprisoned. I think he even showed us like the area of where that crystal originally was.
So yeah, I'm piecing in everybody else's perspectives.
Well, and
then that thing Lysander saw as well.
I mean, basically, what would be
The
showing
djinn punished him and the Lich.
Yeah.
By putting them both here.
Basically,
and giving
making them a perpetual conflict.
It's perpetual fight between the two of them, but the punishment
The punishment is
with
basically Onyx,
Xenocrates
or
is never
Xenocrates
being able to. He never is able to defeat the Lich, and the punishment for the Lich is it's always hungry. That malice, it's always hungry. It never stops. 'Cause at some point, Lich is at least slowed down a little bit, right? You know?
Yeah.
But I think if that entity doesn't eat, it starts shrinking. So it kind of has to constantly feed, or at least that's what Kythos is now projecting to the group. That's my current theory.
it does play on that. The other their other side is that, showing the side of actually, of what was done to the areas that these conflicts happened, and the damage, and what was done to the people there, showing what trials and turbulent trials they had to go through, and what they experienced, and now what they think is, how Onyx is seen as this bad guy, which is basically punishment for Onyx, being that he was not really trying to be a bad guy. He was trying to kill something that was he considered evil, but now, and he can only see it, nobody else can, but in everybody else's eye, he is the bad guy because they can't actually see the entity that he's fighting.
Yeah. All the stories that people have told you have all lined up in these memory flashbacks in this deep dive.
Making sense.
But they're only seeing one half of something. They just see him appear, destroy things, and leave. You see people dying when he's around, but because they don't see the shadow, they can only assume it's Xenocrates just killing people indiscriminately.
Kythos is just flopped on the ground because it basically feels like he just ran a fucking marathon.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Kythos goes from focused and eyes closed and standing there to heavily sweating. Part of your mane is matted. You get trembly. You come out of it. Your eyes go wide. Big old gasp. You kind of fall onto the ground, and everyone's just sees you just sitting there like panting.
Projecting everything to everyone because I don't have enough power for that because it was enough to just dive into this guy's head. So you guys got, my guess is the party got like bits and pieces through the telepathic bond and like inner Kythos thoughts, more or less, as he was looking at everything, and now Kythos is just plopped on the ground and starts, to the best of his ability, expositing what he just fully saw and went through. And at the end of all of that, just ends it with, note to self, don't fuck with a djinn. I think that's the moral here, right? That's a good moral. Like, looking at Jax. Oh.
So
Wait,
where
but
we
why
at on
can
this
we now
machine?
see Malice?
Because technically I think there was a piece of it being stuck in the crystal, which then allowed him maybe to form a body and and started consuming actual living creatures, making him bigger.
What's your passive investigation?
Who's his?
Either one of yours.
15.
This is gonna be better than mine, I think.
15. Just wondering if I want to make a roll for it or not.
I have a passive perception of 16. My investigation, so they have.
I do have an 11 to history, so if you want to roll a history investigation, I don't know.
What's your investigation?
Or for my passive is 11. So I've got like a
Mine-
+1 to my investigation.
Yeah.
What's yours, Crest? Crest
It's a
is better than
5.
mine.
Okay. I'd say
It's just-
passively because you're seeing all of this at the same time as Kythos is. You go back to that crystal and how it like exploded and how it knocked everybody down to the ground. And only when it exploded that you guys saw this thing
Entity come
leave
out.
it.
Yeah.
And shortly after that, you guys ran into Thessalar.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one thing that entity said. It said something. I don't remember exactly, but it was the like you hadn't seen the last of me, or this is not the end of me. I'll be back. It was kind of a threat of I'll be back, kind of.
Yep. I'll be back.
But didn't we also break the crystal down below, underneath the foundry?
Yes.
Mama J would like you to take out the recycling bin.
When I'm done with game, turn around and go.
I don't remember what happened then. That crystal.
There
That
was
the upper
a
crystal, right?
no, the
And then there
one
was a lower
underneath.
crystal.
Yeah, the bottom
It's the
crystal.
bottom one that we destroyed. That we didn't see anything come of that necessarily. Nothing talked to us with that one. The one at the top.
Oh,
of
we
the foundry tower
destroyed
did.
it. We destroyed it. Took the. That's it.
The key.
Oh
And we
fuck.
went up top and used the key and touched it to the other crystal, and that's what unlocked the other crystal.
Which
So it was like two-factor authentication practically.
It allowed using the key, using that. So it was tied. And I don't know the whole mumbo jumbo wizardy bullcrap, but theory.
I also forgot.
Wait.
Bench bar.
Swear to God, start locking the door.
You're good. So key down below allowed us to destroy the crystal above, because that's that.
I think. Oh, but it
That
wasn't.
allowed that release. We destroying the crystal released the entity that I think basically allowed the shadow creature to turn into the little blob that we now were calling Malice. But how did Thessalar come about?
No, wait. I thought there were two separate entities at the top of that tower.
No,
Because I could have sworn there was one.
You want to roll a
talking between the
history
people.
check?
Who, me?
Either one of you.
Or him?
Okay, I'm gonna have to.
Because I can see a
looking at
lot of it,
assist.
even though you guys are table talking, I can actually see a lot of this happening verbally in this room. Like, hold on a second, but what you saw, what about this other guy? What about him? What about that?
30.
Nice.
Jeebus.
Between the two
I was
crystals, there were two things that were released. A dark shadow and something else.
Did we ever
Shortly
see that?
after both of these crystals were deactivated, destroyed, whatever you want to call it, you guys ran into the Malice for the first time.
Yep.
And shortly after that tower, you started getting whispers from Thessalar.
Yeah.
But yet, in Xenocrates' mind, this person, this farmer, this unassuming person with just a very unique face has always been around.
Why?
And even going back to the war of the larger entity in Bruxis, there was a much more dressed down person that you identified as Thessalar.
Yeah, and the genie even had the face close to Thessalar, is what you even said too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
which is why we think
Oh.
Vesselar is somewhat tied to the genie and his essence and soul. But why would it be that the genie has the same face as this guy that Xenocrates has somehow known
The
before he
body
even
was
ran?
just the body. It got ripped apart, right? Basically, the body of the djinn and the spirit of the djinn got same with the lich and the spirit of the lich, right?
I'm
Yeah.
thinking so.
Jax even pops up with the thought of you might need to ask him yourself if you're still connected to him.
Who's Xenocrates?
Theslar.
Sending.
Mhm.
I gotta think about what the fuck to say. Oh,
Here, now. I
yeah.
think with his power, he basically can teleport right back here. He'll know exactly where to go. I'm thinking
Yeah,
he's
more
smart enough
or
now.
less, it's gonna be ascending. Guys, it's just being like, you need to come here because shit's more complicated
Mare.
than originally.
Yeah.
Mere. Shit's more complicated than originally
By the way, Tim,
anticipated. Are you the fucking djinn? And I'll just end it at that.
I thought we asked him that a while back. But anyways,
Athos is tired and sitting on his ass
how
right
many
now.
other
s-
how many
yeah,
lovely
sending is
runes
fine.
have started to disappear? Because while that was all going on for how
Yep.
long?
Well, you
I
were
was doing
doing
that. So yeah.
for every pluck, another rune fades.
Mhm.
Yep.
And by
Do I
this
get a
point,
response from Thessalar or no?
or at this point, from what the rest of the party doesn't see, is about almost half of the runes have been deactivated.
Cool.
There is a
No, it's-
pause. There's like maybe a 30-second pause before you get something back of where are you? Wait. Oh, you're there. Okay. And by the time you get to the end of the sending, you see from the side of the room how he teleports in with like this portal appears. He steps through it, and it seals shut behind him. And he just kind of
Knew it.
sits, he just
Crosses
kind of
finger from the-
sits there and looks at the party. Actually, he probably popped up about here. Looks at the
Mhm.
party, looks up at Xenocrates, and well, then here you are.
Mhm.
And there is this uneasiness with Xenocrates. He sees Thessalar, he sees the face, and he starts to like jut forward, but the shackles still have him
Oh,
trapped.
down. You already made bad life choices the first time. Let's not add more.
What is he?
Crosses-
What is he doing here?
Crosses asks, "Who is he?"
To what?
Who is
Xenocrates?
this, Xenocrates?
To Xenocrates. I'm right next to him, so it could be even a whisper in his ear. He doesn't even. I could say you don't even. You could just even whisper, "Who is he?"
Oh. And just kind of quietly, like replying back to Crossus, it was he wears the face of the djinn that brought me here. Which, going back to the memories that you have been, I don't even know if I don't think Xenocrates realized that you guys are all connected to Kythos in this moment.
No.
So
No, he
everything that he showed Kythos, you guys are all in the know of.
Mhm.
So by saying
Yeah,
he wears the face, you remember the few blips of where he would see this face in the crowd, and it would just be a farmer on the street or a merchant in a stall or something else. It's just always
Was
been
this
there.
before the dimension thing with the destroying of the? Was those memories of the of that face before?
Before
He
the
destroyed the
phylactery?
phylactery? Yeah,
No,
before the fight with
that
the
was
lich?
after.
No. was after.
I was after. He saw the face in the Foundry. He saw the face in Bruxus. It's why Kythos saw him when he snapped the district of Bruxus away, why he didn't have his big fancy clothes that he wears now. He looked more raggedy, more unassuming, but that spell that he was channeling was obviously out of his control, and it was starting to pull him apart.
Yeah.
Until
So,
we
yeah,
released
SLR.
a lot of his power from the crystal below.
Just being like, methinks you have more information than you've originally given us.
Like, what do you mean? I told you everything that I knew.
You know now, but you know more than what you probably know.
Kayla's gonna take a deep breath, stand up, dust himself off, and walk over to Thessalar. Looks at everybody else and is like, after this, I at some point want a nap. Round 2 of the marathon. We find a third
All right,
person. I'm
hold on
basically doing an Iron Man.
before anything, because who knows what's going to fucking happen.
Mm-hmm.
How far are you? You're
Not
30
very.
feet.
Yeah.
Cool. So, I'm going to cast Intellect Fortress. So, since just in the off chance, because we don't know what the fuck is going to happen to you, since you are really starting to wear down from this, you and one willing creature you can see within range has resistance to psychic damage, as well as advantage to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
That's the side that will help me a ton.
So I am
'Cause
casting
I
it.
already
Yes, just
never
normal third level. So
I'm
You
like double
basically
resistant to psychic?
magically go Tylenol. Go.
basically, I am giving him a
Cast
magical Tylenol pill.
Excedrin migraine.
Yep. Whole migraine medications. Almost immediately, you're just like, oh, that feels better.
Guys, just gonna walk up to
You want
Thessalar
to
and be
borrow
like,
my migraine preventing hat?
Oh yeah, you still have
I
it.
was already. So the thing is, I was already resistant to psychic because of how much psychic I output, but
Yeah,
I'm also pushing myself a whole lot.
that's where the saving throws come in.
That's the big thing. I'm gonna look at Thessalar and be like, okay, normally, I'd tell you to find a therapist and work through things and unlock these boxes in a timely manner, but we really don't have time for that. So if you would allow me to come in with my box cutter, that would be great.
My box cutter.
I guess. Okay.
I think you should have things locked away that you don't know you have locked away.
Okay.
And it might answer questions. So
Whatever I
reaches
can
out.
do to help.
You free? Okay, so I'm trying to decide if I want to keep the link with Xenocrates or not to help tie in information. I have a feeling if I do that, I'm going to be ending up making some con saving throws at the end of everything.
You could also just tie me in, because now everything I know.
Well, I've got
and my
Rary's
intelligence,
telepathic bond with the
That's
rest of the
fair.
party still.
That's still going. That's fair. I mean, I'm within you. If you need a throw, I've got flashes of genius. I'll save your ass if I need to.
Sorry. The phrasing on all of that was just great. Anyway, so Tim, what do you need from me? I'm trying to decide if keeping everybody linking into Thessalar while also keeping my connection with Xenocrates.
I'm about to say, since you're still connected to Xenocrates, you can just sense a lot of anxiety and a lot of anger just pouring off of him might make any kind of deep diving a little dangerous with him still riding the coattails.
Okay. He'll turn back to Xenocrates and be like, I'll patch you in if we need you. Just I'll be back. And yeah, I will now link up with Teslar with the detect thoughts burned in there too to start digging through Teslar's shit.
Um,
What do you need from me? Can we to burn sorcery points?
no.
Because I'm trying to dig into things that are like locked away even from him.
Give me a con save.
Is that one
Roll
of the
with
things with
advantage.
advantage? Yeah, okay.
No, hold on. No, it was not. It was charisma, wisdom, and intelligence.
Well,
All right.
we'll do.
But you
Let's
get
do
resistance.
let's do a charisma save then, because you are trying to convince
I mean,
these
I am
mental.
proficient in con, but I'm okay with charisma. I'm slightly better.
It is just you just do get that nice little extra resistance to damage on top of
24?
Okay.
Charisma? Because I am a caster.
Yeah.
That is my thing.
with advantage.
So you try to unlock as deep as you can go.
Yeah.
There is this.
Oh wait, I just.
It's you immediately go to the first memory that you have a lot of information on, and then you are drawn back to that scene in Bruxus, but from Thessalar's eyes. You see him watch as everything is kind of getting destroyed. He does not see the shadow. He only sees Xenocrates casting fireballs and, psychically ripping up stone and causing tidal waves from the water and all this kind of stuff just to attack the town. You see a lot of people running around and screaming. And you're in the mind of a person pretending to be a farmer. And as he glances around, seeing all these people potentially, you see a lot of death, but not nearly as much. You see a lot of the terrified faces of the people that you have then met after you went beyond the wall and everything. Freaking out, trying to escape, trying to figure out how to way out of there, pleading for help. And you see Thessalar going, screw it. And he tries to channel enough magic to teleport. You can almost see from his view the light that his magic touches, and it's slowly encompassing more and more of this area, but it doesn't reach enough. So he channels more to get more of the district, more and more buildings and people all calculated into this magic, and it's not working. And he pushes harder, and he goes to beyond his limits. He does eventually manage to get just the edge of that district, and he can see almost, it looks like a miniature sun hanging above Xenocrates' head as he drops this massive arcane fire on top of it. And Thessalar is like, do it now, do it now. You just see his body is being ripped apart in that moment. And when the switch happens, when you see everyone just kind of disappear, and for a brief second there are just after images of people, and when that fireball hits and torches the entire place, the magic kind of takes that double and starts to like cave in buildings and this, that, and the other thing. there were a couple of things that looked like it got left behind because they were on the far side of a barn, maybe out of his view. You know, a lot of the things that he couldn't see or he couldn't remember was there were not teleported. But when he does this, he collapses to the ground, and you can kind of see how his magic just kind of starts almost like evaporating. He just kind of like disappears into light, and what is left behind is a green gem that gets pink, pink, pink to the ground. You get a very faint memory of someone with a strong magical presence. You know, someone tall and lengthy pick up the gem
What's
and
his
go,
name?
this could be useful.
Lysander.
What's his fucking name? No,
Or Loheim.
Loheim. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You get a blimp of what could be a memory of Foundry, of the tower being erected. You get a little blip of the summoning of the beholder. You can kind of get a sense that through the gem, a lot of this magic was being casted from. It was also the same, almost like arcane source, that you kind of get this blip, hazy, almost memory, almost feeling that it was the same one that was used to create the automatons. And then after this, then there's a weird blip. There is a fight that happens in the foundry. You can kind of feel Loheim's presence. You can sense his magic, but he's casting everything through this green gem.
Right.
And something unseen gets caught in this magic. And then thinking that now this gem is more of a tool or a weapon, you get a blip of the discovery of the catacombs underneath the foundry, and you see a blip of when that gem was placed and then locked away.
They accidentally caught the Lich's spirit. Is that
You
the
have-
vibe I'm getting with that?
You have more of the sense of while
Like Thessalar is in the
while
gem,
Loheim was helping the foundry and using magic, especially since that tower was created using that same magic, and at the very top of the tower is that gem. That during all of this, something got caught.
Yeah.
Even something beyond Loheim's abilities. And through the gem, through Thessalar, there was almost like a reaching out and grabbing. Something that only Thessalar in this state
Thessalar caught it
could
dragged
grab.
it into the gem with him. Dragged the Lich's thing into the gem. Yeah?
Doesn't pull it into
Or
the
not the
gem.
Lich.
Captures it to the tower. Ties it to something else.
Ties it to another gem.
Loheim, not understanding what has just transpired, thought that it was through the gem that this had all happened, so he went to hide the gem.
Yeah, thinking it was a key.
The bad gem.
Yep, thinking it was
Right.
bad. Mm-mm.
No. So okay. So I think I know what. So wasn't the green? What was the colors of the gems up above and below?
Red up top, green below.
And what
Red
was
was Malice.
Thessalar's gem that he turned into?
Green. He was green. So red, Thessalar managed to grab the entity that we know as Malice and stuck it to the upper gem. Yeah?
Yes.
In the tower.
Yes.
And
Loheim
not knowing.
realizing that the gem or whatever the fuck did that. It's like, oh, this is dangerous or something,
It's a
mhm.
tool. of
and
some
locked
sort.
it away.
Yes.
Realizing that they had caught something big and powerful,
Correct.
but Loheim only knew that that was done because of something with the other gem.
Correct.
So in order to make sure that gem didn't get broken, he hid the first gem, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then while
Yeah,
connected to
Kaithos-
Thessalar, you get a couple different blips of while he was connected. And these are memories that Thessalar doesn't realize he has. So like while you're deep
Mhm.
diving in, he's just like, what? What's going on? You kind of get this feeling though that the green gem could sense something in Foundry was feeding slowly, ever so slowly.
Which it was.
It's potentially one of the reasons why the Foundry had a complete 180 from the time that Kaithos was young to when you guys met the people there. How everything, like this crypt of this green gem, everything had been sealed over, but when you guys arrived to Foundry, a sinkhole appeared that led you directly to it. And through this connection with Thessalar, you kind of get this feeling that the gem sensed a strong arcane presence in your adventuring party. And because Loheim couldn't understand what was going on, it thought maybe, just maybe, we'll see if these guys can do it.
Which we did. Which then just created a whole host of fucking problems.
Yes.
You get a memory fragment.
Getting to the bottom of it.
You get another memory fragment as you continue to deep dive a little bit.
But no,
So as you're
I'm
continuing,
finally getting fucking answers.
Yep, as you're continuing, you can kind of across this, you can kind of feel like the continuing of sweating of just hold on, we gotta go deeper, But even though your spell that you cast, it's like you can kind of feel someone's pressing up against the wall of it, but it's still holding.
Oh, something's trying to get at me?
No, as if you're pushing to the end of a limit.
Oh, I'm finding something.
And the magical Tylenol is holding, so you're not
basically
taking any
the
effects.
fortitude, the
Yeah.
intelligent fortitude, yeah.
Yeah, that's holding
Fortress,
enough
basically.
to where
kind of think of it,
yeah.
No,
But it's
yeah,
like
deeper.
it went from you don't sense anything, then all of a sudden it just got something's hitting the wall, someone's knocking on the door. Like it's now being very much used. There is a blip of you guys having the gem and you guys going up to the top of the tower because something weird and screwy was happening there, and you guys fighting the monks and whatnot that were at there, the council. And by touching the gem, you get a blip that when you guys touch the gem to the larger crystal, that there was an instant magical tug of war. Now that you've been connected to Thessalar, you can kind of see that he tried reaching out, but whatever was in the crystal had become strong. And what ends up happening is that both the gem and the crystal kind of poof.
Yeah.
And you get that image of you see the dark black skull, leaving you, and as it's fleeing through Thessalar's link, it shrinks because as it went further and further away of Foundry, it was losing something, so it fled. But then you get a blip of somewhere in Foundry, right around the point of its creation, in the destroyed section of town, a arcane blip happens,
Mm-hmm.
and you kind of almost
Oh, you mean in
see kind of being built and piled on by like sand and stone and earth, forms a person. And as the
Mm.
earth becomes flesh and blood, you see this green energy whoop right into its chest, and it kind of like opens its eyes and becomes flesh and bone. And he sits there and, oh, what happened? And you realize that there is a memory wall here.
Mm.
And you remember the story when the time frame of he said that he awoke.
Mm.
He doesn't remember anything that you just saw. He doesn't remember all the time he was gemmed. He remembers the point of Bruxus where he blipped that district away for safety, and then nothing. And his story, when he started telling you of his backstory, started in that moment when his memories were brought back to physical form.
This is solidifying the original theory that yes, this is Thessalar, who's got the face of the Jinn, but the powers of the Lich.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously not the malice of the Lich, which was that other floating
Yeah, well, what's up with the
entity.
purple? What's up with the purple magic and tied in? I think that's the Jinn magic. I think he's tied in also with this world being part of the Jinn.
Yeah. Like he's both the Jinn and the Lich.
Yeah,
His power was.
because he's tied into this world. I feel
Maybe?
like.
Maybe?
Roll me another charisma save with advantage.
Yeah, this is up to an hour. This is so. I got concentration on it.
I mean, for just about the rest of the party, this has just been a waiting game. But everyone's been watching this movie of information. Very nice.
Yeah.
God, that 16 was terrifying because it was on a 3 for like a couple seconds.
You find a mental block that was sealed, what seems to be on purpose. But you are strong enough to break it if you choose.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. We need to know.
Kythos,
got
the
claws.
therapist. That's going to be your new title, Kythos, the therapist.
Yes.
So you reach out and rip open this block, and you get a memory blip from the point of the Jinn the moment the phylactery was struck. You get this rush of chaos and anger and frustration and stress and the realization that you are about to die. But you are also a creature of infinite cosmic power. So while staring down Xenocrates, you see this memory blip of the Jinn demanding, what do you want? But realizing that in that blip of time, he didn't have enough time to wait for an answer. So he dives into the thought process of the lizard folk and realizes that the only thing going through Xenocrates' head was conquest, was wanting to fight. So the Lich, and having seen the Lich, but the Lich's magic was everywhere. You see from this memory of the Jinn of going, well, then as a grand finale, fuck you, I will make you a place where you can war infinitely and be done with it, kind of thing. And you kind of sense that everything within that room was teleported out. Everything. And somewhere in that blip, in that wish, that whirl of energy, there were some unseen things caught in there. Because until the Jinn completely died off, Thessalar's soul was still hovering.
The Lich's soul was still hovering.
Yes.
So he got grabbed it. Yeah.
So he got pulled. And as the Jinn basically dies off in this last hurrah, what you are tapped in as Thessalar, is a recreated body as if the Jinn was trying to save itself. But then everything else about the Jinn gone. So yes, you have a person that has the face of a Jinn, the powers of a Lich, but the
memory of a farmer.
But the memory of the body, the Jinn kind of appeared without any memories. He just existed now.
The Jinn appeared not knowing it was a Jinn.
Yep. Imagine just waking up someday.
Handling this?
He is sweating. He has reached up and taken off his hat, and he has just like dropped it on the ground, and he is just wide-eyed. But at no point have you seen Thessalar use Jinn magic. He has been using necrotic energy magic, dark magic, Lich magic. But there is still one question that even Thessalar has to ask after seeing this replay. How is it that the Lich's soul, its spirit, its malice, is still alive without a phylactery?
The dimension is the phylactery.
Or Xenocrates is the phylactery.
So what you're telling me is that I've been knocking off all of these runes?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure though, because Kaito's arcane knowledge.
I mean, there's a few theories. So either that yes, he
I think I got the information.
He acts as like the sorry, go ahead.
I don't think Thessalar's got any more information than I could possibly dig. You know.
That is pretty much the extent of his knowledge that he knows it.
So yeah, we have a repeat of Kaito's finally snapping out of that. And fully just letting himself plop and lie down on the ground.
Even Thessalar kind of just leans up against a pillar and slides to his butt as he's just like, who would have knew? Who would have known? And he's just like looking at his hands going, it explains how I just woke up one day with powers that I didn't know what to do with.
I mean,
no, you don't.
Same.
I feel like Kaitos would understand that.
It's like more common than you think, but I get it.
But it's also the reason why you realize that Thessalar has just been running. He's just been running and hiding because the Malice originally was hunting him. Because if the Malice could devour Thessalar, he would get his powers back.
Which is why merging of the Malice and Thessalar at the time that Lysander was trying to do it was again bad because it achieved that goal anyways. And also just would increase his power even more because then he would just suck the power off of the ley lines.
So Again, back to Teslar's question.
Because a lich with Jinn magic? Oh!
Mm.
Think
So back to
basically, yeah,
Teslar's question.
that
What
would
is
be
the
like
phylactery? Is it
the D&D
the
version.
plane? Or is it Xenocrates?
Roll me an
Okay.
intelligence.
Are you a phylactery? You have to tell us if you're a phylactery.
I'll give you advantage on it since everyone
is
else
that
is
wall?
having this projected thought as you're having it.
Lich law.
Intelligence?
Yeah, with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up
I
check.
at least because it's an ability or skill check, I can burn a sorcery point if this doesn't go well.
Yes, I would allow that.
I mean,
Flash of
it's-
Genius, add 5.
Like I said, everyone's
Perfect.
interconnected
Yeah,
to this
perfect.
thought of, so then what's the
Mhm.
phylactery?
Mm-hmm.
And because that is now a 20,
Yeah, it's 20.
you kind of answered it. It's the big guy in the chair. As long as
Cool,
he
so-
exists,
That was the face you
so
made.
does the world. As long as he exists, no matter how small you make the lich's malice,
It'll never go away.
it will never fully go away.
So the lamp is a TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you wanna theorize that this parallax is inside the lamp in some way,
I'm
shape,
just
or form,
imagining
even
Protec
though
listening to all of this.
Yeah.
even though the lamp
The
was
world is the
destroyed.
phylactery. The lamp is also the phylactery. So therefore, the world is in the lamp.
He's the
I mean, I've heard
tie-in.
worse theories.
Again,
Which then kind of ties in as to what these white-green flames are.
That I have been slowly disconnecting him from.
the white-green flames. Oh, green is the Jin's magic, right?
These whitish, or at least what Jin magic Xenocrates says. Who for years and years and years has been slowly being siphoned, and the magic itself is so raw it's given off these white flames.
Is there a way? No, but like you said, if he dies, the world dies, or the plane dies. Or it's sort of a lich, or the lich's spirit, right? Because the phylactery's gone.
But even Xenocrates
But
is
what-
now hearing this out loud is replying with, I don't know what happens to the world if I die. But that is the only theory that I have come up with as well. If I die, this whole world ceases to exist, and thusly so will the Lich, for once and for all. He starts to say the Lich Thessalar, but then he looks at the man in the purple suit and he's all like,
Not you.
we destroy the Lich.
I'm
Like
looking
there's
back at
that
Thessalar.
moment of he's cutting off based on what you're saying of like, okay, this isn't my enemy. He looks like my enemy, but he's not my enemy. He has the powers of my enemy. My real
I was
enemy
just
is that
talking-
shadow.
And he only
That's
took,
a lot.
took the face of the genie because that's just exactly
I think the only person who can answer that question is the Jin.
Jin. Yeah.
And I mean, the Jin is here, but the Jin isn't here.
No, he's gone. Yeah, I think it's basically gone. Sadly, Thessalar has
I'm
the
sure.
powers. What is it again? Thessalar has the powers of the Lich or the Jinn?
He's got the face of the Jinn, the powers of the Lich.
Oh yeah.
Face
Yeah,
of the Jinn,
he's got-
powers of the Lich. What's behind
Oh,
behind us is the flames, is the
Xenocrates.
powers of the Jinn, isn't it? That's what it is.
Because essentially, to give somebody the ability to create whatever they want, essentially makes him a
Xenocrates.
pseudo-djinn.
Xenocrates is both the lamp and the phylactery.
The very thing he sought out to destroy on his first mission.
Both of them. He is the entire embodiment.
So what would happen if somebody decides to put themselves in that flame then?
I
Like,
The
mean,
magic would overwhelm
monster-
you, and you'd be cease to exist.
Like or like, you know,
Theslar theories.
giant entity that is an all-consuming wanting power.
but I saw. Okay, hold on. The Jin's last fuck you was creating this entire world, this battleground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Giving
So,
Xenocrates
for the most
power of a
part,
pseudo
though,
Jin.
even if Xenocrates is dead, we're still ourselves. We were just brought here by the Jin magic, right?
Yes.
We're not made of the Jin. We were
No.
teleported.
Yes.
But even still, if a Jin makes a thing, it doesn't, because it's a wish. It's a person embodiment of the wish spell, right?
It's
Even when a
beyond even
person
the wish
stops
spell.
being right. So
But it's
wish
not-
spell, if you wish for a thing or do whatever it is, and then you lose the ability to cast wish spells, that thing still exists. It doesn't go away just because you can't cast wish anymore.
Only
So
an
I
opposing
think-
wish can destroy a wish. Is
Right.
what you're saying, yeah.
So, looking at Xenocrates, you die, but your final, I guess your final act with your powers is anyone who wishes, well, 'cause then the Lich won't die. Your final fuck you could be you wish to leave and take the Lich with you, leaving everybody here safe, and to do what they please as far as staying or leaving. Maybe? Listen, I woke up with these abilities. So,
What is Protex intelligence?
Protex? Protex intelligence?
Yeah.
It's 8.
Still smart enough to realize a potential flaw in that theory.
What?
Oh, I'm not smart enough to realize it. Shit.
No, at least while you guys are theorizing, no one's really brought it up. You have met people that don't have an implant.
It wasn't something that I had not mentioned. I think I'd slightly
You've met people who have been born in this realm.
they don't have crystals.
If they're basically a product of the realm and the realm is poofed away, they don't have a place to go. They won't snap back to the material realm where you guys got pulled from, per se. What happens to them?
That's why my final FU isn't to get rid of the realm, but just realm stays. Xenocrates' final wish is to take the Lich spirit with him, to take Malice with him.
I don't know. I would say preferably we could also have the realm kill off
Is there
any other
something-
creatures.
I'm wondering if there's something we're missing.
With another
assume Protect would
series of pulses at this machine, despite Xenocrates almost being completely unattached from it.
Stop it!
There's another round
You choked
of
yourself.
mechanical
Are you okay, bud?
clicking.
Oh,
All of a sudden, there's this tick, 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 tick sound again as those center pillars continue to rise. And once the chain that is already taut starts to pull the next 4 higher still, and once those chains are taut, it starts pulling up more and more of these pillars until you guys see that
I gotta
these
look at
2 pillars have risen up so high that it has dragged up even the most outer pillars are starting to rise.
I'm looking at
question.
Xenocrates. What the fuck does that do?
Oh.
What is that?
I
Why are
don't
those?
I don't know.
Question. If we were to get rid of the world, even though I don't want to, but if we were to get rid of the world, would that wipe away any sea serpents?
Not in the
You mean like the
rest
one
of
you've already
world.
killed?
You never know, there could still be more out there.
Sea serpents weren't caused by wishes. Get that right? Like there are regular sea serpents out there.
I don't care. We could still
Mhm.
try to find ways to avoid them.
He's still thinking about his ship and things, yeah.
What? So Xenocrates doesn't know what's happening with these pillars?
He admits that he created a all-seeing tower for his comfort alone. But there has been things that have been done to his tower since he's been stuck in that chair.
But why are these pillars raising up?
It's been a while too. We've been at this probably for like what, a good half an hour and time for game.
Mm-hmm.
But at the
And,
but as these towers are continuing the time, the 2 middle ones finally stop as they have reached the ceiling. And there is this cascade of maybe each pillar from the center is like 10 feet or so lower than the next. They kind of make a triangle. And as you guys are theorizing and discussing, there's an almost sudden chill in the room as you hear a low growling laughter.
Mm-hmm. From where exactly?
The stairs.
That's disconcerting.
Look, I know I'm a laughable matter, but
no.
I've heard that before.
This is
What's
the
that
first
thinking?
time. We heard chains, not laughter.
No, I don't
Or is
mean
this the
today.
same? Are you talking
I
about
don't
the
mean
laughter?
today. I mean in general.
Yeah, you're talking about past.
Because I have a feeling I know who's coming up those stairs.
Do we
Fuck.
know this laughter?
In a way, yes. And there is this chuckle. It's almost like two-tone. There is a chuckle that you have heard quite a bit, overlaced with this demonic undertone.
Go home, you're not invited.
You think you're so smart.
No, I
No one
don't.
cares.
I try to
I
keep
know I'm
telling these
smart.
people that I'm not.
no one knows about you. Go away. Nobody likes you.
Despite the light, as you guys kind of look back to see the source of the voice, at the other side of the bridge, you see this hulking, deformed version of what was once Onyx. And this is a great place to stop for tonight.
No.
So we will pick up this interaction Next time.
Fireball! I don't have fireballs, but somebody cast it. I don't like it. Nobody likes
can't
you.
kill it.
I mean, you
That's
can
the
kill
thing.
it.
We can temporarily kill it. That's
We
the
can
thing.
kill the
basically.
world.
We can. We can kill the world. We can kill fucking Xenocrates, but we don't know what happens
I
to
know
people
what
who
spell
don't
to
have gems.
use next time.
Well,
Yeah, but if they don't have gems, are they really real?
The
Or are they just
Parallax.
part of the manifested world?
Question before we leave. Can I do something? Before we end it, can I do something?
It depends on what you want to do.
What?
Can I use banishment?
No.
What's the range on it?
60 feet.
You are way too far away for that.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
Damn it.
Oh my God.
But since
Could be wrong.
today was our off week, that would
Mhm.
mean next Saturday we're back on track.
Yes.
So at least you guys have then a week to theorize what your next steps are. But
And everyone is
for-
cool for the 9th.
I should check
Yeah.
Yeah, which is next
The
the
weekend.
person actually in
Alright.
charge of this house.
Please let us know. Yeah, please let the group know.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, if everyone is cool, we will play next week
Yes.
and
Mhm.
potentially get one step closer to the end game. But we will cut it for here. We will say goodnight to Kicking YouTube. And so did everybody
Okay.
else watching.
Okay.
Bye.
And we will see you guys next week.
Bye.
Until then,
Yep.
goodbye.